Round 4 of the 2024 European Endurance Prototype Cup comes from Mugello. It is the first time that the Ultimate Cup Series has been to this fantastic Tuscan circuit in 5 years. We are bringing prototype racing back to Tuscany in anticipation of a wider return to Mugello for the world of sports car racing in general. The cars making their way to the grid for this 4-hour encounter. We have a cracking entry list of 36 prototypes made up of 18 Nova MPO2s and also 18 LMP3 machinery. That is 14 Ligier, 2 Duqueine and 2 Ginetta. As well. So a wonderful mix of different cars that will be lining up on the grid for this race. And we have a brilliant fight in prospect for the championship. It's been Team Virage who has been the leaders of LMP3 throughout the season, having won all 3 races so far between their number 1 and number 88 cars. In fact, they have 4 cars with them for this weekend. But in MPO2, it is anybody's game, really, between Graf Racing, Kogamo, and CD Sport. And it is our most recent race winners, Jonathan Thomas and Thomas Imborg, who have put their number 5 CD Sports car on pole position for this race, ahead of Inter Europol's Alexander Bukuntsov. And we can see the Graf Racing team that are on the grid in 3rd position with John Corbett. That is the championship leading number 7 car in MPO2. That is lining up on the 2nd row for this 4th round of the championship. A number of additional entries in preparation for the European Le Mans Series and Le Mans Cup races that are to come here in the coming weeks. But you'll notice that once again the drivers have been met with challenging conditions. The rain has been on and off throughout the day, and I'm sure it is a question mark as to whether these drivers are going to be starting on wet or slick tyres, given that the rain has abated a little bit now. I'm sure that some of the drivers are having that very conversation right now. Let's see if Claire Cottingham has been able to get some answers for us on the grid.
Ashley, his teammate here as well. Obviously, you're not starting. I'll speak to your teammate in a moment. You're a bit worried about the rain, aren't we?
Yeah, of course. I mean, it says it's going to be rain, but you know, with it being on and off, on and off, on and off, the whole strategy goes out the window. But we'll see what happens. We started from the front row, which is always a plus. So yeah, for once I'm not starting, so it's a bit weird.
I know, I was going to say, Jonathan, it's weird to see you outside of the car.
Yeah, and I know. We decided let Thomas have a go, so let's see. But he'll be fine.
Okay, let's see how Thomas is feeling. Hey, Thomas, how you doing? You're starting the race today. Are you feeling good?
Yeah, we are starting at the best place possible, so...
Pole position is definitely the best place possible. Lots of changing conditions on this track, though. Humidity is also high, but we saw some great racing in the 4-hour race just before you. How are you feeling about everything?
I think we need to stay on track first. It will be a key to have the right strategy at the right time, and then we'll see at the end.
Usually Jonathan starts between the two of you. However, you're starting today. Is there a thought behind that strategy-wise?
It was only to do another thing to get me experience as well, as it's my first start in it, but I have done plenty of it in karting, so I'm not worried at all.
Okay, so you're first starting in the GT. Are you feeling any nerves, or are you just ready to go?
No, ready to go.
Racing drivers are never nervous. Well, Thomas, good luck, go well. Hopefully we'll see you at the end. Jonathan, just pop back over for a second. For you, how are you going to feel watching this all unfold in front of you?
Oh, in the beginning, I mean, it's such a long race. So in the beginning, I don't mind, actually, because whatever happens, happens. It was just the last time, obviously, with the stress. But this time, I don't know.
You guys have been doing incredibly well in this championship as well, so there's a lot of pressure, there's a lot of competition up and down this grid. So for you to be really making your name as well in the prototype, it's good for you guys.
Yeah, of course, especially now that we have the ELMS guys here, the Michelin Le Mans guys here. It's definitely good. I haven't even looked at the championship. I have no idea where we are. I honestly don't, because of the first 2 rounds. So I believe we could be close, but I don't think we're in the fight. It depends, obviously, after this race. But at the moment, I'll be surprised if we're in the top 5 at the moment.
But you are going to be doing the final 2 rounds as well?
Yes, correct. We will be doing it.
So there's extra points, of course. And if you keep up this fine form, surely lots of points to be had.
Yes, exactly. So that's why at the moment we're just taking each race as it comes. But yeah, maybe later on we will start to worry a bit more.
Did you give any words of advice for your teammate starting on pole today?
I mean, Thomas knows what he's doing. So we've been complimenting each other so much that I can, I don't need to say anything and he doesn't need to say anything. So we're just good friends. We actually talk about other things to like distract ourselves. So no, we got a good relationship, so it's good.
But it's so important, isn't it, in this championship to have a really strong teammate. You can have a very good one driver, but to make it happen, it's got to be a teamwork.
Yes, especially with it helps a lot being 2 silvers because we like push each other. So and we can see exactly who's quick at which point on the track, and we push each other to go quicker.
Well, 4 hours are about to get underway. 3-minute board is shown. Good luck.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, we are going to go racing in Mugello. Is it going to rain? We don't know. According to these guys, we've got some umbrellas already out. So let's see what happens in Mugello. It's 4 hours of the prototype and it's starting in 2 minutes' time.
Yeah, so breaking news from the race control room is that the start will be behind the safety car. And so once the clock starts ticking, the safety car will peel away and will be underway. What that means, of course, is that we're not going to get the flurry into Santa Nata that one might have expected, and it will be a slightly more orderly run into the first corner, which is probably a wise decision given the number of different incidents that have taken place throughout practice and qualifying. We've had the red flags are in the double digits for the free practices, and we had 4 in qualifying alone. And now you add in the sprinkling of water onto the racetrack as well. This could be a race of survival, to be honest. But we see everything that's great about the European Endurance Prototype Cup right there. Novas and LMP3s on equal footing between the 2 different brands. If you are listening in on YouTube or watching along on the Ultimate Cup Series channel and you have any questions about the European Endurance Prototype Cup, do feel free to send them in. We'll do our best to answer them as we go along. I know in Hockenheim there are a number of viewers that had questions about the Novas and about the types of machinery that we are racing. Definitely we can see wet tyres there on the number 71 ANS Motorsport Nova of Mark Fagianato starting on the 2nd row of the grid. So I wonder how many teams have gone in the same direction. I guess we'll get an answer from when the tyres start kicking up some spray. And we will find out in the closing stages, or potentially on who has what amount of grip for the start of the race. It could be a bit like a Nürburgring 24-hour start, to be honest. But the safety car has peeled away, and the clock starts ticking now. So there's no formation lap. This is the start of the race as we are going behind the safety car. So I will give you the grid for this race. It is Thomas Imborg who lines up on pole position for the number 5 CD Sports team, and then on LMP3 pole position is Alexander Bukantsov in the number 34 Inter Europole competition car. John Corbett in the championship leading number 7 Graf Nova starts in 3rd alongside Mark Fagianato for ANS Motorsport. Jacek Zielonka in the 88 car. Daniel Macier put that car in the barrier, but they've still managed to get a top 5 start in the Team Virage car. Then Jimmy Chow for the number 8 Graf crew in 6th position. Then the championship leaders, the number 1 Team Virage LMP3 car of Georgios Kolovos in 7th, ahead of Alam Ali in the number 11 Euro International Ligier, starting from 8th. Then comes Ben Stone in the number 69 Breton Racing Ligier, and David Drew racing for Cool Racing this weekend, not his usual Graf team, in 10th position. Then comes Jesse Bouhay in 154. For Kogumo Racing, Nathan Kumar in the 24 DS Course Duqueine, Eric Trulé in the number 9 Graf car in 13th, Julien Lemon for ANS Motorsports Ligier number 84 starts from 14th, then Christian Gissy in the number 10 Racing Spirit of Le Mans Ligier, Tim Kreswick in the 2nd of the Inter Europole competition Ligier. Then comes Christophe Cresp in the number 27 MV2S racing car. Chris Short in the number 15 RLR M Sport. Ligier, Jacques Wolf for Racing Spirit of Le Mans in 19th. Then Frederic Croulet in the number 73 ANS Motorsports car. Gwenel Delamere in the CMR Ginetta goes from 21st. Then Alexandre Lafourcade in the 777 Lamo Racing car. Michael Jensen, the number 3 CD Sport car in 23rd. Quentin Bassora for DB Autosport in 24th. Dennis Callon in the 555 Kokomo car in 25th. Then comes Maxence Maurice in the number 4 CD Sports car. Philippe Mondelot in 72 ANS Motorsport. Michael Doppelmayr for the number 64 Racing Spirit of Le Mans Ligier in 28th. George Nakas for GG Classics in 29th. Then Stefan Rupp in the number 57 Ryder Engineering Ligier. William Cavalli in the number 20 DB Autosports car. Paris Stavrakidis in the number 42 Team Virage Cars, the 3rd entry for the team. Philippe Mondelot in the MV2S racing car. Carol Fritsch for the number 17 Lamo Racing Nova. Rounding out the back of the grid is Andreas Fiotek for the MG Sound Studio team. We have lost the number 85 RHGP Duqueine, and this seems like a moment already. We saw yellow flags were out at turn 7. It seems like Christophe Cresp from 17th on the grid has lost it at Cervelli on this formation lap. I wonder if that's a car starting on slick tyres, but suddenly finding out it's got a bit less grip than anticipated. As you can see, we are on safety car conditions still as we complete the first lap of this race under safety car conditions, just giving the drivers a bit of extra time to get used to the track conditions. Of course, on Thursday it was a wet and dry affair, but since the official practice and sessions begun on Friday, it has been just sheer dry heat that we've experienced all weekend long, and so we haven't had really that much wet weather running. And bearing in mind that a number of these drivers have not raced on this circuit before, not least in this kind of machinery as well, then there is cause for concern out there with these conditions, especially given how many incidents we've had so far this weekend. And it is a slightly 35 cars, as we've lost one of the Duqueines, as we mentioned. But an even split between the Novas and the LMP3 cars. The LMP3 being the same machines, the same Ligiers and Duqueines that you see competing in Le Mans Cup and the European Le Mans Series, and indeed in the IMSA Sports Car Challenge as well. But many of you might not be as familiar with the Novas. The MPO2, the 2nd generation of their LMP3 level machine, is powered by a V8 engine similar to the LMP3 cars. And Nova is formerly the Norma brand that was created by Guillaume Roux before it was bought by Duqueine, but the founder's daughter and a close friend created the Nova brand to compete in championships such as this. And as you can see, safety car lights are off, and Thomas Imborg will start for the first time in a prototype race, his first year out of karting for the Parisian, the 23-year-old, who made his prototype debut at the Paul Ricard finale last year with CD Sport. Now in his first full year of competition. And we heard Jonathan Thomas say it's unusual for Thomas to be starting this race, but he needs to get that experience. He's done it plenty of times in karting, as he said to Claire Cottingham on the grid. Now we'll see how he does in prototype racing. We've already gone past 6 minutes of racing, but Thomas Imborg now puts his foot flat to the floor. Green flags are going to be waved around Mugello. And out of Buccini for the second time of asking, we are going to unleash 35 prototype cars and bring sports car racing back to Mugello as 35 cars pound their way over to San Donato for the first time of asking. It is Thomas Imborg who leads for CD Sports, but Alexander Bukantsov is challenging down the outside going into San Donato. Surely everyone's going to be very cautious on the brakes here. We don't want to see anybody skating off the road in the early stages of the race. You see a couple of drivers just struggling for grip out there. One of the ANS cars was a little guilty of that as the number 8 Graf car, George King, the reigning champion, trying to get around Jacek Zalonka and ending up yielding a spot to Georgios Kolovos. The two Team Virage cars working very nicely there, but George King out dragging them both into Materazzi. You see Adam Ali there in the blue Euro International Ligier trying to round up first the number 1 car and then the 88 as well. Two Virage cars nailed on the outside of Borgo San Lorenzo in one fell swoop. So a wonderful first couple of corners there for George King and Adam Ali. They are two cars that have their silver class drivers in for the start. Now, so does the number 5 CD Sports car as David Drew, the gold rated driver, going right round the outside. But for Graf Racing and CD Sports, they don't have any option than to have a silver class driver in their car because that's all they've got. We do have yellow flags out at Poggio Secco at turn 3. But green flags now waving there, so hopefully we'll see what happened there. But it is Euro International and Cool Racing who've gone against the grain by not having their bronze driver in at the start. And into the pits has come Christoph Krass. That's the car that spun on the way to the grid. And I think my suspicion was right there because that looked like a slick tyre being pulled off of the MV2S Racing Nova. And so a misjudgment there from the team as they've now put that car onto wet tyres. A very big battle going on in the MPO2 category for second position as John Corbett in the championship leading number 7 car is under pressure from his teammate in the number 8 car, George King, who we saw out in the Graf Racing Ligier in Portimao and then was with TS Corsa's Duqueine in Hockenheim. So he's been seat hopping a little bit as the reigning champion. But he goes right round the outside of San Donato, and so that is now 3rd position overall for George King. Now, unsurprisingly, the silver class drivers making their way forward, as is the gold-rated David Drew. Of course, 2 of those lineups don't have a bronze driver. 2 of them have gone against the grain in not putting their bronze driver in for the start of the race. And surely we will start to see George King there start to challenge the LMP3 race leader as David Drew is on the back of Adam Ali, the Canadian racer. David Drew, of course, the European Le Mans Series, or the Le Mans Cup points leader, of course, going up against the European Le Mans Series LMP3 points leader. And so we have the 2 of the biggest LMP3 teams right now in competition, going wheel to wheel with each other. The Le Mans Cup points leader going up against the European Le Mans Series points leader. And that is George King through into 2nd position on Alexander Bukantsov, so it's Novas 1 and 2. Question is, can he go after Thomas Imborg? That's an all-silver lineup there, as it is for the number 8 Graf Racing crew, as David Drew makes further progress now, rounding up Mark Fagianato into Coranteo. And listen to the wonderful mix of V8 cars. Of course, the Nissan V8 in the LMP3 cars, the Ford V8 in the Novas. That's the CMR Ginetta. Now, don't often see LMP3 machinery from Ginetta out in action, but we do have a regular entry here in the European Endurance Prototype Cup with Nicolas Prost sharing the car this weekend with Gwenaël Delamere, who is driving that car. As we see, Nathan Kumar in the 24DS Course Duqueine. Looked like he was trying to get around Chris Short there on the outside. David Drew there now rounding up the LMP3 race leader, so Cool Racing hits the front in its class, and that looks like the MV2S racing car that's a lap down, the one that came in for a tyre change after the first lap and spun on the formation lap. There's great action in the early stages here of this race, but unsurprisingly the silver and gold rated drivers moving forward in the timing order. So one question from the YouTube chat already, is this in any way related as a feeder series into ELMS and WEC? Not specifically, but of course it is the same machinery, and we do get an awful lot of the same teams and drivers trying to get some additional experience here in the European Endurance Prototype Cup. This is very much an entry-level series for not only prototype teams, but with the Ultimate Cup Series also having GT and single-seater series as well. And so you'll see we don't have refueling in the pit lane like they do in Le Mans Cup and ELMS. We do it in a specific refueling area, as we have another change in LMP3. This time it's Adam Ali in the Euro International, the European Le Mans Series points leader in LMP3, moving through on Alexander Bukantsov for second position in class. And once again, remembering that Ali is the silver-rated driver in their car, as is Daniel Ali. It's Matthew Richard Bell, who is the bronze driver. As we also see John Corbett trying to make a move on the Ligier of Alexander Bukantsov, but the Ligier should have a slight straight line speed advantage over the Nova, and in fact that then sees the #1 Team Virage car through into position as well. We've lost the 88 somewhere. Jacek Zelonka has tumbled down the timing order. He was lying astern with his teammate Georgios Kolovos, who's still trying to get some moves done, this time on Alexander Bukantsov, and yeah, Kolovos there was trying to make the move, and we can see him now into Materazzi. Before they even get to Materazzi, he pulls clear of the Inter-Europol competition car. Fastest lap of the race has been done by George King. He's 8.2 seconds behind Thomas Inborg already, and did take 1.7 seconds out of Thomas Inborg on the last lap. I can only assume that Inborg made some sort of a mistake there, because George King's absolutely flying out there at the moment, the reigning champion. So that's the Breton racing car of Ben Stone, also trying to make up progress behind John Corbett. So see they're rounding up the MV2S racing car. Again, that is a lap down, remember, having come out of pit lane very early on. And so I feel like this is going to be a long afternoon for the number 27 crew, already a lap down. That basically means the race is over in any sort of competitive manner. It's a flurry of Novas heading through Coranteo. Absolutely incredible stuff, and it is the 555 there that just gets squeezed out a little bit, I believe it was. The one making the progress is the number 9 car from Graf Racing, so that's Eric Trulé, the Graf Racing boss. Sorry, it's 154, not the 555 car that I was looking at earlier. But yeah, Eric Trulé making up the ground and passing the sister number 7 car of John Corbett. There's so many changes of position, so that's Trulé now 7th, or 8th, I should say, as the timing screen updates itself. And then Kogumo and ANS going side by side for the last spot in the top 10. Jesse Bouhet on the inside, that is 3rd in the championship in MPO2. And then Mark Fagianato in the ANS 71 car getting the move done on the inside of Luco. And so that is for 10th position overall. As we see more moves being made by Eric Trulé here. Now rounding up the Breton Racing car of Ben Stone into Materazzi. So that is for overall position in 7th. The next car up the road is Alexander Bukantsov, who's the second highest bronze rated driver as it stands. The top one being Georgios Kalovos, who we just saw going through the bottom of the picture there. So let's see if Trulé can do anything into Arrabbiata 2. Oh, not quite. Was taking it very cautiously there through the right-hander and almost gave Ben Stone an opportunity to try and repass the Frenchman. Heading back down the hill at Scarperia and Pelagio. Let's see Bukantsov becoming a bit of a thorn in the side of Eric Trulé here, and down the inside into Corental, the Graf Racing boss, up into 7th position now. That is the gap to the top-rated bronze driver, Georgios Kalovos. Here's our race leader, by the way, and George King, the reigning champion, is closing down that gap. 2.7 seconds is the lead gap now, as George King took another 2.5 seconds out of Thomas Imborg. I'm not sure where George King is finding this extraordinary pace, but he's absolutely flying out there. Remember, Thomas Imborg still in his first year of prototype racing, having just come out of karting. So here's Bukantsov again with Breton Racing, and now Mark Fagianato fancying a run at John Corbett as well on the inside. So that's 9th position now, and 4th position in MP02. Beautiful mix of the Novas and the LMP3 machinery right up at the sharp end. Yep, 2 Novas leading and then 3 LMP3 cars line astern in the timing order. It's Ben Stone there, just showing his nose to the mirrors of Alexander Bukantsov, the Russian who has been competing in both Le Mans Cup and European Le Mans Series with the Polish team. The Turbo Bakers, as they're known, if you didn't know that Inter Europol is a bakery in Poland. And now this would be a move into Arrabbiata 1, and they almost rub panels. The Inter Europol car is sent a little bit wide onto the painted runoff area. It does survive, does Bukantsov, and so Ben Stone up into 7th position. But this is for the lead of the race. CD Sports' Thomas Imborg being hounded by Graf Racing's George King, both silver-rated drivers. Thomas Imborg started on pole position, whereas George King started a little bit further down the order in 6th position, and so has been making up that ground since the start of the race. And we see he's been taking time out of him hand over fist, another 2.3 seconds on that previous lap. The gap now half a second between the Parisian and the man from Essex. As they head round the first chicane of Luco and Poggia Secco. And already looking to lap a little bit of the traffic. The 72 ANS car has had clearly a difficult start to be being lapped at this stage. And look how much more apex speed George King was able to take there through the right-hander of Borgo San Lorenzo. But we'll have to follow suit through Casanova and Cervelli. 2 slightly different lines there being used by the Nova. A little twitch there from the Graf car as it chases the Parisian. The most recent race winners are the number 5 CD Sports team. They finally got that the monkey off their back after mechanical woes rather hindered their performance, but they finally got the win that they have been threatening to take with not just the class win, but the overall victory last time out in Hockenheim. George King was on the podium in LMP3 with TS Corsa in that race as well. His first race this year in the Nova, As the 2 appearances he's made so far this season have been in LMP3 machinery. The first one was with the Graf team in their Ligier in the 6 hours of Portimao. You can see Thomas Imborg just moving to the inside a little bit and protecting the line through Buccini. George King is as close as he has ever been. We do have yellow flags at turn 1 though, so even if George King gets a good run here, he might not be able to overtake when they get there. The yellow flags have been rescinded just in time, much to the relief of George King, who probably won't have even known about the yellow flags when they get down there. And you see he's trying to find the inside line and can't get around there. It was car 43 that went off, and car 43 being the second of the Inter-Europol competition cars. Tim Creswick started that car, and now we see how the traffic is going to come into play here as George Nakas in the GG Classics at Ligier is going slowly through the first chicane. So both of these identical Novas run by different teams. CD Sport basically being the roaming driver school, whereas Graf Racing very much accomplished in Ultimate Cup competition. Still George King looking at the back of the CD Sports car, and now more of the traffic being rounded up here. And this is the difference when you have the bronze drivers in for a start like this versus the pro drivers like Thomas Imborg and George King. Just a lot more confidence in these conditions. It's absolutely wonderful stuff to see. And so down in the Graf garage now is Claire Cottingham with George King's teammate.
I'd come along and see while George King is trying to fight out there for the win. I thought I'd take his teammate Kevin Rabin away from watching the screen, though we have made sure that you can still see, except it's now on us. It's early doors in a 4-hour race, but this is what you want to see, isn't it?
Yeah, of course. It's a really good, George is really good driving and improving each lap. He's trying to get the first one, but it's a bit of work, but yes, I think we'll get to it, so yeah.
We've collectively annoyed all of your teammates now and all of your team because they can't watch the battle anymore because we're talking to you. So hopefully they'll put the race in the big screen and put us in a small screen in a moment. How are you feeling though? When do you go out?
Well, I'll go out in third driver, so I've got a bit of time. Jimmy, we'll see what he does, but I'm really confident in his driving, so am I. So yeah, we'll see a bit how the weather gives us, but we're really happy, yeah.
Not just that, but we're losing the light quite a lot out there. It is only 4:20 in the afternoon here, but it is quite dark out there. Obviously, we know cars like this can go into the night, as we've seen with 24-hour races, but it does pose a new risk.
Yeah, of course we have headlights, but it will be a bit difficult to see the braking points and everything because, yeah, but we hope it's not too dark till the end of the race, but yeah.
I don't mean to worry you, but I just saw a bolt of lightning.
We'll see. It's fine. We'll see.
Okay, so not only the rain is now out there for Kevin to go out in a bit, I did just see a bolt of lightning.
Yeah, the weather looks like it's going to be coming in pretty thick and fast, but while we were having that interview, George King has moved into the lead of the race for the number 8 Graf Racing crew. Looks like he got it done on the inside into San Donato. At the start of this lap, here we can see drawn alongside down the start and finish straight, and the inside line for San Donato. Not leaving much space for Thomas Imborg there, trying to get the up and under and out-drag the similar Nova on the way into Luco. But there was no way through there, and so that is George King now into the lead of the race. The pair still some 12 seconds ahead of David Drew, the LMP3 race leader for Cool Racing, and then Adam Ali. Obviously unsurprising that it's silver, silver, gold, silver up at the front of the field, with everyone else fielding their bronze drivers for this first stint. So expect that to change, especially in the number 8 and 5 crew, as they are some of the most handicapped cars, with 61 seconds of handicap to have to take at each of the pit stops. because of their all-pro lineups. The more silver, non-bronze drivers you have in the car, then the heftier the handicap that you take. And there is a big list of how the penalties are applied. It's the standard 85-second minimum pit stop time plus your driving, your driver handicaps. And so, give you an example that 2 silvers and a bronze in the Euro International car, second in LMP3, that's 35 seconds. Whereas the number 9 Graf car, that's third in MPO2, is only 17 seconds because they've got 2 bronze drivers in the car. As race leader George King continues to round up a bit more of the traffic. It's one of the DB Autosport cars that they've got right in front of them. So slightly further down we have Kokomo Racing. That's Dennis Callon in 20th position. Right, looks like Claire Cottingham's got news from the pit lane.
I do indeed, Chris. I just wanted to show you the weather. I thought I'd stand out on the rain just a moment. If we look that way, Stefan, there's sort of like, you can see it's a bit brighter, right? If you then look to this side of the track where the rain is really starting to come down and there was a flash of lightning, you can just see how the conditions are changing here. We have 3 hours 30 on the clock. It is getting darker in the pit lane, and also this rain is starting to get quite heavy as well. If that thunderstorm comes over and is above the track, that could cause some issues obviously for the racing here. So I will keep an eye on this weather, but at the moment it's looking pretty wet.
And the dark clouds are looking incredibly ominous out there, as the rain has definitely started to come down a little bit more. This is the battle for 7th position between Ben Stone and Mark Fagianato. So the Breton Racing Ligier against the ANS Motorsport Nova. One of the closest battles happening on track at the moment. Both bronze-rated drivers, of course, but the Breton Racing team being run by Virage for the weekend. And Ben Stone, former Radical and Praga Cup racer, before joining the Le Mans Cup grid with initially into Europol last year, and now with Breton Racing for the year. But you can see the effect of how dark it is out there, and also because the spray as well. We can barely see anything out there. It looks more like a night race out there than being in the Tuscan Hills. Spin for one of the CD Sports cars. It's the number 4 of Maxence Maurice, who was in 18th position. And that was down at Corenteo. And so the Frenchman, who is the sharing the car with his son Luis, as well as Christophe Carrière. Just going for a spin there, losing that position, with Nathan Kumar now being promoted to 18th. Hopefully we can see what happened here with Jacek Zelonka on the inside of the CMR Ginetta. And as the Ginetta cuts across, then Maurice feels the need to get on the anchors and ends up losing the car. Now comes across the number 28 MV2S Racing car. That's the sister car of Philippe Simodomo, so not the one that spun on the formation lap and came in for an early tyre swap. But yeah, now we see Zelonka there in 88. So he's in 16th position, trying to keep Gwenaël Delamere at bay. And remember, that 88 car is second in the LMP3 standings. Behind its teammate, the sister number 1 car that currently sits third in LMP3. So we can barely make out the cars. There's Julien Lemoine there in 84. trying to keep the 15 at bay. It's the RLR M Sport Chris Short Ligier. So ticking off another lap here. We're already 32 minutes into this race, seeing plenty of thrills and spills already in the early stages. George King's advantage is 3.9 seconds now over Thomas Imborg. Remember, they have 4 mandatory stops to make during this race. So Julien Lemoine here in 12th position overall, looking at the back of Alexander Bugantsov for class position in LMP3. It's 5th. And definitely trying up the inside there was Julien Lemoine. On Alexander Bugantsov going through Borgo San Lorenzo. We've had another moment at turn 11. That's Pelagio, and it's car 42. We're being told that's the Paris Stavrakadis Team Virage car, the additional entry for the team this weekend. You see conditions definitely worsening out there, and this is the weather that has been threatening all race long. And several drivers, I'm sure, starting to struggle with the conditions out there as the rain continues to fall. And yeah, now we barely even see it. Claire Cottingham in pit lane telling me it's absolutely torrential out there. So we may well see drivers really start to struggle out there as car 777, the Lamo Racing Nova, has been given a drive-through penalty for a safety car procedure infringement. Where was that in the order? Was 14th. It's Alexandre Lafourcade who's been found found guilty of that one. So there is Marc Fagianato leading Jesse Bouhet for 4th and 5th in NPO2. They've built 15 seconds over John Corbett since their little tussle earlier on. And remember that Jesse Bouhet is 2nd in the championship for NPO2. Was on the podium for the first time this season, last time out in Hockenheim. The headlight glare comes back towards us, but you can see the difficulty in the conditions now as MG Sound Studio slightly further down the order. That's the 2nd of the Ginettas in the field. Breton Racing struggling to keep it on the road there. That's Ben Stone in 7th position overall. I think we're really going to start to see drivers struggle to keep it on the road here because even the tyre marks are being pretty quickly covered up by the rain just as they go back through. The safety car is being deployed, unsurprisingly, and that is a moment for the Breton Racing car of Ben Stone going into Scarperia. He just about managed to gather the car up, did the Brit. And so the safety car has been, or the German, I should say, sorry, for Ben Stone. But yeah, safety car has been deployed with 35 minutes of the race run. And I'm afraid that it's quite likely this will end up turning into a red flag. And to be honest, there is not an awful lot of leeway on the schedule for this one. One car off on the exit of Arrabbiata 2, and it's one of the DB Autosports cars, and it looks like it's the white-winged, or maybe it's the red-tipped car. It's very difficult to see from that angle, but I do believe the red wing mirrors there will identify that car as the number 21 car. So the second of the two with Quentin Bassora at the wheel there. And a replay here of one of the Lamo cars, is that? That's the 777. So that's the car that was given a drive-through penalty, flying off the road at Casanova. And so absolutely it was the right call to bring the safety car out, with drivers really struggling to keep the cars on track, and maybe even at safety car speeds will start to struggle. So it was a 7.5 second lead for George King over Thomas Imborg. That, of course, has now been eradicated. And it was David Drew leading in LMP3 ahead of Adam Ali. And confirmation now just from the timing that it is car 21 stopped at turn 9, Arrabbiata 2. So that car is still there. And so maybe it stalled the car, or maybe it is more of a technical problem. But as you can see, we are far from ideal conditions for the racing. This is the weather that has threatened to be here all weekend long. We have felt the searing heat from the Italian sun all week long. The huge humidity that was at something like 85% this morning was really threatening to deliver a massive, massive thunderstorm, and now it has arrived in spades. And unfortunately, that is just really poor timing for us in the European Endurance Prototype Cup. But of course, the safety of the drivers is the first consideration, and so absolutely necessary to put the safety car out. Well, you can see there's a river out there on the racetrack at the moment. It's incredible, the conditions and the difference at 24 hours, or even just the conditions we had in qualifying this morning. Okay, it was a bit grey and dim, but at least it was somewhat dry. So while we're under this safety car, Claire Cottingham has got more news for us from the Graf Garage.
Yeah, the reason I'm still in the Graf Garage is because I'm sort of stuck here now, so I might live here. James, you look like you're ready to go out. I mean, these are pretty scary conditions.
Yeah, the conditions are exceptionally bad now, yeah. So I'm glad the safety car's out now to get it all under control. Hopefully they keep the safety car out for a while now until the water's cleared, because it's prototypes are not really designed to run in this condition. So if you start aquaplaning, it gets pretty dangerous. So I'm ready in case John Corbett comes in and wants a break. Yeah, it's probably a good time for the professional driver to jump in these conditions.
Well, that's the thing. Not everyone's got their pro driver out there at the moment, and we are seeing a river down the pit lane. I mean, I can't even imagine the lowest parts of the track and the standing water out there.
Yeah, and this has rained harder than it has all week, so nobody's driven in these conditions, so we don't really know where the water pulls up or the streams are, so it's particularly dangerous. The safety car's out, so everybody's going slow now, so hopefully smart heads prevail and we don't start the race again until it's a bit safer.
Absolutely, and we won't show the onboards behind, but we saw what some of the drivers were going through, and you pretty much couldn't see anything out there.
The spray is so bad you can't see anything, yeah. George King leading the race, he's one of my JWR drivers, so super proud of him. He did a really good job. John Corbett, bronze driver in the top 10, holding it together for now. Now the safety car's out, they're all boxed up again and very close, so it's looking good. If we can just get through this storm, literally, and then hopefully we can carry on racing.
Absolutely. The rain is now starting, Stefan. If I just turn you around, the rain is now actually coming in to the garages here. So we're having to move everything from getting too wet, basically. We're now seeing the river that is actually coming into your garage. When do we start thinking that this could be a red flag?
We're probably thinking it now. I think safety car out there, we're going so slow, but yeah, when you see water pulled in like that, and the cars are like boats.
They are. Stefan, I'm going to spin Stefan round just so we can see.
I think it's a red.
We have got a red flag. So, unsurprisingly, as James said, thank you, James. I'll let you probably get your helmet off now. Stefan, if you just follow the cars as they come through the pit lane, everyone getting moved slightly for safety as well. And you can see that it's a river. The cars are just coming through here like boats, basically. So until this rain goes, I'm sure this red flag will stay out. Safety car, of course, was out on track first, but as always, race control decide how safe is out there, and they've deemed it not safe enough now with the red flag out.
Yeah, absolutely the right call from race control. So it is a red flag situation. Then our first of the race, and you can see for a very good reason. While Claire was having a chat with James there, I took my headset off just to listen to the rain. It sounds like the apocalypse out there. And so I'm very happy to be in our very comfortable TV truck, but look at the splashes of the cars as they come through pit lane, and every precaution having to be taken here. And so if you're listening to us at the circuit, do please stay safe out there and take every precaution. If you are watching from within the grandstands or for any of the marshal posts, please stay safe out there. And this safety is an absolute must with these terrible conditions out there. The ponchos are out in the Graf Racing garage. They've certainly come prepared with a stylish number as well. But yeah, the cars will head back into pit lane, led by the safety car. And it will just be a waiting game, I'm afraid, before this storm passes over us. We were watching the weather radar during the Trofeo GTE race that was that started this morning and finished just over an hour ago now, for the just to see what the weather was doing, and we just watched the big red splotches heading closer and closer towards us, and this is exactly what the warnings, the red weather warnings for rain were about. And yeah, I don't know if my microphone is getting the rain on the roof of the camera, or on the roof of the truck, I should say. Well, let's take a look at the results as they stand after 43 minutes of racing. It is George King who leads. Yeah, not quite sure that's the correct order, so I'll go off the timing screen. It's George King leading by 14 seconds when the red flag came out to Thomas Imborg, Graf Racing from CD Sport. Then in the LMP3 lead was David Drew for Cool Racing, number 87, ahead of Euro International's Adam Ali, number 11. Third in MPO2, then came Eric Truley in ninth position. In fifth position, I should say, car number 9. And then his Graf Racing teammate, car number 7, John Corbett. So all 3 Graf Racing cars inside the top 6 as the red flag came out. Third in LMP3 was Ben Stone from Breton Racing. Then came Julien Lemoine for ANS in their Ligier. Alexandre Lafourcade next in the Lamo Racing Nova. Completing the top 10, Chris Short in the number 15 RLR M Sport Ligier. Just outside the top 10 was Jacques Wolf in the Racing Spirit of Le Mans car. And well, we haven't quite reached the end of the first hour yet, but there was plenty of drama in the first portion of that race. So let's take a look back at it.
Okay, ready to go?
Okay, we're still under red flag conditions here. Claire Cottingham has hopefully found an umbrella on her route over to the CD Sport garage.
I did indeed find an umbrella. And I think I need a boat here as well, or at least some waterproof shoes. Nick, it's a bit wet out there, isn't it?
Well, that's the understatement of the year, if I may say so. Yeah, look, we've been watching the weather forecast since we arrived at the circuit, and we knew there was a storm coming, and we're all optimistically thinking, will it pass, will it be light? And this is considerably worse than we all imagined.
I think that's the thing about it. We kept talking about the fact that there was red weather warnings for rain and also orange for thunder. But I think being British for me, I just kind of thought it would be a big shower. But this is torrential to the point where we have got water running down past these cars. And as the cars were coming to park up in the pit lane, you could just see they were coming through at least 2 inches of water.
Yeah, I mean, some of the drivers are struggling to keep up with the safety car. It's just, when he gets to this point, well, obviously it's gone past that now, but when he gets to the point where you can aquaplane, it's just dangerous. So the organisers did the right thing, red flag it. Let's see what happens with the weather now, but it's got to dry up considerably before we can consider going out there from a safety perspective. We all come here to race, but unfortunately, as you say, it's you want a powerboat at the moment, not a racing car.
Yeah, unfortunately, we've only got cars. Nick, I'm going to leave you to it, and I'm going to try and grab... Can't speak today. Try and grab the guys over here because Jonathan and Thomas have been out there. Well, actually, you have been out there. Sorry to stand in front of you. I don't want to... conditions are tricky out there. How was your start first?
The start was okay, but then the conditions started to get worse, and at the end it was like impossible to drive. We were aquaplaning at 100 kph. I couldn't even see Michael that was in front of me. Like even with the rain light, you couldn't see anything. I think it was the right decision to put red flag. It was way too dangerous, even under safety car.
The safety car was even struggling a little bit out there and going incredibly slowly. When did you start realizing that this was maybe a red flag?
I told my engineer 2 or 3 laps before the safety car, it started to get really hard. And so it was...
What's happening behind you? We're looking around. What's happening?
Jean-Noël is doing the nice guy, but he was making fun. But no, the start was good. But then I told my engineer that the graph car was pushing a lot. But then I said, I don't want to take that much risk. It's too long to take that risk. So if he wants to pass, he pass. And then it was red flag, like 4 or 5 laps after, but it was really hard conditions, like one of the worst I've ever driven.
Yeah, and obviously you didn't probably have as much traffic as everybody else out there, so maybe less spray?
Yeah, less spray, but even without the spray you couldn't see anything just because of the rain. So, and when we were catching some lap car, it was really hard even for them to see us and for us to know if they saw us. So it was really a hard one. I don't know what will happen now that red flag is on, but at least the car is in one piece and no big issue.
That's the main thing. Everyone has got back to the pit lane okay. Let's just go back to your start, because I know you mentioned it was your first that wasn't karting. I thought it was a pretty impressive start.
Yeah, like the safety car start, like single file, was easier for me because if it was double file, the LMP2 has more power, so he would have probably overtook me before T1. And then I knew it wasn't a silver driver, so I decided to restart quite early to make a bit of gap before T1.
This is the rain that we've got coming in. There is more coming. Yeah. Oh, great, that's thunder.
I don't know how it can get worse than this.
No, unless we get a tornado, that would be the worst. Jonathan, pop over here. How happy are you not to have started this race?
Well, I always like being in the car, so...
Yes, but you would be in a boat right now.
True, you'll be in a boat. But yeah, I don't know if they're going to restart this or not, but if they restart it, it'll only be like in an hour, because that's what it looks like on the weather. But other than that, yeah, I'm happy I didn't start, actually.
What did you think of his start? It was impressive. I know it was under the safety car, but you still have to back them up for a restart. I'm going to switch over to this side just because, sorry, that's not what you do with camera etiquette, but I had to do that. But it was a pretty good start.
Yes, it was. I was also unsure if it was going to be a formation start or if it was going to be a safety car start. but Thomas did it perfectly. So no, he really did a good job.
I know I was meant to ask, I didn't hear until the breaking news after I'd spoken to you both that it was a safety car start. So actually kind of took the pressure off a little bit.
Yeah, because as I said, it's not double file, and you can restart when you want. So you are more, it's you that dictate the pace. So it's, yeah, there is less things that can happen.
So have you guys got some cards? Can we play some games while we wait? We've got a bit of a wait, I think.
Yeah, like I said, it'll probably be about an hour. But we actually do have some cards and things, so yeah.
Okay, well, we're staying here. We're going to start playing cards. Do you know Snap? That's all I know. Do you know poker?
No, I don't play poker.
Okay, we're not going to do very well at this. We might just do it might do Snap. That's an easy one. Anyway, I'm going to leave these guys to to debrief now. Guys, thank you. Let's hope we go racing soon.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, I hope someone can get Claire a jacket as well, because the umbrella will only do so much in these kind of conditions. I was at Paul Ricard a few weeks ago where the umbrella, well, may as well have been holding a banana up for the amount of good it did me, with the rain coming from every single direction, pretty similar to what we have here, unfortunately. And there has been a reminder sent out to the teams that the clock is still running in this, so we are currently at 53 and a half minutes run, and that is because we don't have any really leeway time in the schedule. We're due to finish at 18:55, and we have to have engines off at 1900 hours, sadly. So a full 5 minutes of leeway time. It just means that we have really no choice but to eat into the race time for this event. Sadly, we missed the good conditions in the morning, and all we can do is sit and wait. Sadly, there are a number of covers that have gone onto the cars. You can just see the conditions, but of course the drivers are allowed to be back into the box. The teams can cover up the cars with some drapes, just to keep the water out of the interiors, for a very good reason as well, because, well, we're going to be here for a while, sadly. And so if you are watching along, thank you for your patience. And again, if you have any questions about the championship, just while we wait to see if conditions will improve, then we can enjoy the conversation a little bit. But it's not looking very pretty out there. So what I'll do is just remind you of how things stand in the championship going into this weekend. And I am a slightly pedantic one, as I don't group the crews all together in one. So for example, in the number one car, Sasha Lehmann didn't do Paul Ricard, so I'm treating that as two separate positions in the championship for Axel Noss and Georgios Kolovos, and then Sasha Lehmann. They are on back-to-back victories in LMP3, so it's Axel Noss and Georgios Kolovos in the number one car that lead the championship. Sasha Lehmann second in the standings, but sharing the number one car. And it is Daniel Macier, Rafael Narak and Jacek Zelonka in the sister Virage number 88 car that is second in the standings, having won the Paul Ricard opener and finished second in Hockenheim. So it is Beam Virage all the way in LMP3. Nathan Kumar is fourth in the standings, having had two podium finishes in his TS Course Duqueine. Second in the Portimao 6 Hour, third in Hockenheim, when he was sharing the car with George King and Daniel Frost. And then it is the number 34, Alexander Bukantsov and Pedro Perino. In the two races they've done so far in Paul Ricard and the Portimao 6 Hour, they have been on the podium. It is second and third, their results so far this season. It was Tim Creswick who was on board in the Paul Ricard season opener. And then Niels Kuhlen, who recently made his Formula 2 debut in at Portimao with the team. Claire Cottingham has got more news for us.
Yeah, come down to car 28 now, Philippe. Thank you so much for chatting to us. You've just been out there, haven't you? I mean, there's only so many times I can say it's incredibly wet, but it was pretty scary, hey?
It was very wet, very, very wet. We could not see the opposite. It was wet, but interesting. We made the choice to start with the rain tires. It was a good choice. I started almost the last, one before the last. I gave back the car, we are 16. To be honest to you, I really enjoyed it.
Yeah?
Oh yeah, those cars are super, wonderful on the rain. We had bad conditions, of course, but it was interesting.
Interesting is definitely a word for it. Just talk me through then the process of the start behind the safety car. Then obviously the rain started coming down, and then the rain really started coming down. When did it start getting a bit not so interesting and maybe a bit like, I would like to leave now?
At the end, it was dangerous. It was dangerous at the end because it was heavy rain. What was good was, let's say, the 31st minutes where it was raining, not so much we have visibilities. We could see, let's say, 3-4 cars. That was okay. But after a while, the sky started to be very dark and the rain very heavy. And it was nearly impossible to see the car just 5-10 meters behind. So I was a bit worried and say, well, shall I pass or not pass? And I tried to pass, and the safety car flashes. So I just broke and let the other go. And finally, after 15 minutes on this heavy rain, they decided to stop the race, which was, in my opinion, a very wise decision and a good idea for the drivers.
Yeah, race control definitely made the right decision at the right time.
They made the right decision because it was very dangerous.
On the plus side, you mentioned it got very, very dark before this rain happened, and you're absolutely right, but I feel it looks a bit brighter out there.
Yes, it is. Probably the cumulus clouds are already gone, so we could see that the rain slightly stopped, but unfortunately we are all here, and I'm not sure we'll restart the race. I would like to, of course, because then we'll have fun, of course.
Well, we will see. At the moment, obviously, we don't know whether the race is going to be restarted or not. If they can clear the rain, I mean, if the rain clears itself, it's going to take a long time for someone to go clear it. If it clears in the next hour, we probably could go racing.
Yeah, we could.
You're ready?
Oh, I'm ready to go immediately. I told you, it was so fun.
Okay, well, I hope we get racing again just for you. Thank you so much for chatting.
Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Yes, Philippe Simondoma there, 16th when the red flag was called in the 28 MV2S Racing Nova. And with the Novas, running through the LMP3 standings and running through the MPO2 standings now. And again, I'm going to be pedantic because there's a half a point difference between the James Winslow and John Corbett, number 7 Graf teammates, even though they won and were second together in Portimao and Hockenheim. Well, that half point that James Winslow scored in Paul Ricard just puts him ahead to John Corbett. Jesse Bouhet third, having finished second last time out in Hockenheim. The number 9 crew, David Drew, Louis San Juan and Eric Trulé, they were our Paul Ricard winners. They lie 4th in the standings, but of course David Drew no longer, or well, for this weekend anyway, not part of the number 9 crew, having made the switch over to his Le Mans Cup team for this weekend. It's Cool Racing. Johan Roussel, also from the Kokomo 154 crew, was part of the lineup that finished second in Hockenheim but missed the Portimao 6 hours. Jonathan Thomas and Thomas Imborg are 6th in the standings, are race winners from Hockenheim, but they've only scored 1 point other than that particular race. It was Alam Geshev as well, who sits 7th in the standings, having shared the number 7 with James Winslow and John Corbett for the 6 hours Portimao. Other podium finishes so far this year going to Christophe Cresp and Pierre-Alexandre Provost in the Portimao 6 hour, as well as Nicolas Molini and Jacques Wolf in the Racing Spirit of Le Mans car, our reigning champions there, as well as the number 8 crew of Loris Kaibours, Louis Rossi and Jan Zimmer. In fact, it was a 1-2 at Graf Racing overall, as well as in class at the season opener in Paul Ricard, and then finally podium finish for Nick Adcock and Michael Jensen and Ian Aguilera, who is back in the CD Sport car, the Mexican, number 3, with the South African pairing of Nick and Michael, who are very much enjoying their time racing together. They rather gallivant around the world, racing various different prototype machines. What a way to live your life. So we are now into the second hour of this race. We wait for more news. So a bit more about our LMP3 championship leaders. The number 1 Team Virage crew is Georgios Kolovos, is the bronze driver in that car. And he started racing last year in the Ligier European Series, in the JSP4 category. He was a race winner there with his countryman Panagiotis Kaitatsis, who started the European Endurance Prototype Cup season in that car, but since then was replaced by Sasha Lehmann, so one of 2 silver class drivers in that car. Now the 22-year-old Frenchman, who made the switch over from single-seaters, having raced here in the Ultimate Formula Cup in 2019 after a season of French F4, and then in 2020 made the switch over to the JSP4 in the Ligier European Series, joined the Le Mans Cup field as well. He's a La Filière Endurance Proto member as well. And then the third driver in that car, Axel Noss, another silver class driver, the 21-year-old Swiss Frenchman from Lausanne in Switzerland, but based in Barcelona. And again, another single-seater convert, having raced up to the Formula Regional European Championship by Alpine level in 2022, and then made the switch over to GT racing initially in the Nova Race Honda in Italian GT, and then joined the Virage team in a wildcard appearance at the Paul Ricard finale last year. And we've also seen Le Mans Cup outings for the Swiss Frenchman with Breton Racing and in Graf this year. Okay, so just having a conversation with the producers just to see how we are going to continue with this broadcast. But we will stick here and make sure that we bring you the latest as and when it comes. And now we were just talking about Team Virage and the championship leading #1 crew, and Claire Cottingham has found Axel Noss.
I do have Axel alongside me, leading the championship at the moment. Obviously, we can see you were not out in the car. George, of course, just behind us, chilling out a little bit. He looks very pensive.
Yeah, I mean, the rain and the red flag just took him out of his stint, so he's basically just staying in the mindset, not losing the focus and the concentration. He's been doing a terrific, very good job. We had a very good stint until the red flag, and we were very good contenders in the top 5, so I'm very happy, and we're here to be as consistent as possible, take as many points as possible, so he's doing a great stint. I must admit, very impressive.
And you were going to be in next, so you knew that this weather was coming. Is the wet weather something you enjoy?
I mean, in karting, I used to really love it, and in formulas also, so I don't really see any reason why I wouldn't like it, but I don't have a lot of track time in wet conditions. I have like 3 laps, 1 in Hockenheim and 2 here, so yes, the other session the other day with rain was red flag, out, in, red flag, so it was very not ideal to get some mileage on the wet conditions, so yeah, we'll see. I'll improvise something. I'll do my best.
What are the challenges that your teammate will have? I assume he will be going back out into the car when we do restart. Hopefully we do restart. It is looking a bit brighter out there, but unfortunately the continuous rain is going to keep having this river down the pit lane. But what challenges are there for a driver for this restart?
I mean, he needs to stay warm, like we say, stay focused, keep pushing like he was doing, and just be careful with the visibility and stuff. Every driver is not very conscious on everything that's happening, so that's the main thing. Just keep your nose clean and have a great stint and hand me the car in one piece, and we'll do well. We'll do well. I hope it resumes. So
it's important as well for the points, and also important because it's one of the main events, obviously, for the Ultimate Cup, and we love watching you guys race out there. When do you start to think, looking outside, that it's does the rain have to stop at this point?
I mean, right now, even if the rain gets like less strong, we'll still have a lot of delay because all the water that's been pouring down is still on the track, you know. So it needs, like, I'd say less rain, some wind, sun. Even if we haven't seen him in a while, we need a little bit of sun maybe, just to get the water like up in the air, you know, and not so much on the track, because right now we have like, it's a lake, it's a river, the pit lane is a river, so it's not easy at all.
Axel, I feel like you're asking for quite a lot out there. The other point just to make is that you guys haven't been out there on this track in wet conditions. This is sodden. This is very wet conditions. Oh, look at that. Look at the teamwork here. Mopping your brow. Lovely. But we don't know where the real issues here and where the rain is really holding, do we?
No, I didn't listen to your question.
Wow, okay. No, I was just saying, around the track, obviously, there'll be parts that you haven't worked out where is wettest.
Yeah, I mean, the other day when we were in the rain, it was much less water and much better conditions, even if we did no proper laps. So, yeah, that's basically, I'll improvise, I'll do my best. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Like, that's it.
Improvising, like listening to my questions, Axel. Look, I'll let you run off and see what's going on. So I feel like you need a break. Thank you, Axel.
You know?
Thanks so much.
All right, see you. Thank you.
Well, clearly the red flag is having an effect on many of the drivers out there as they are being reduced to fools out there slightly. So we were talking about the fact that we have some additional entries out there for this weekend. 35 cars, as we mentioned, have lost the RSGP Ligier, but we do have Racing Spirits of Le Mans back with another of their Ligiers. Not Nunes, because they were with us in Portimao, but Ralph Kellners and Christian Gissi, who did the Portimao round with Sebastian Schmidt and Dominic Schrammel. Who were sharing that number 10 car in Hockenheim and finished 4th in LMP3. Christian Gissi and Ralf Kellner, though, both from Germany. Gissi, the bronze driver, coming over from the GT Winter Series and the GT4 European Series before joining the Racing Spirit of Le Mans team in Le Mans Cup last year, whereas Ralf Kellner, the 56-year-old, a very accomplished racer with a class win at Le Mans in 1996 in the GT2 category, one of 9 Le Mans appearances that he made. And of course, Euro International here with us this weekend as well. So it is Adam Ali and Matthew Richard Bell who are normally sharing that car in the European Le Mans Series. Matthew Richard Bell, the Winchester-based 34-year-old who moved over from Radicals, and Adam Ali, the Toronto driver, 36-year-old, but also with Daniel Ali, who is racing for the RLR M Sport team in European Le Mans Series, but did do the Road to Le Mans with Euro International earlier in the year. Claire Cottingham, who have you found for us in the Virage Garage next?
Yeah, come back down to the Virage Garage. Actually, not left the Virage Garage because the rain is still coming down. Please do explain your job and who you are as an engineer for Team Virage.
So actually, I'm race engineer this weekend for the Britain Racing, because actually we are doing the supports for the Britain car, number 69. And I'm managing the car, drivers, mechanics also. It was a hard week for us, to be honest, because we need to change an engine and bell housing. And after, also with the few laps that we had this weekend, we needed to have actually all the data and work with the difficult weather here in Mugello. But actually, it was a hard week. Yeah.
I bet it's been a hard week, and this has probably not helped your headache, has it?
No, actually, because we were supposing to have the weather this morning.
He's got his big fans over here. They're all cheering for him at the same time. You ignore them. You ignore them. Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, actually, we were supposing to have bad weather for the qualification. It was fully dry. And actually, we can't do nothing with this type of weather. It's normal, the decision of the race director.
Team Virage as well aren't just in, obviously, as you were mentioning, not just in the prototype. They're also doing stuff for the Formula Cup as well. You've got Juan Francisco Soldavini as part of your team, who's now leading the championship. It's a good time to be with Team Virage.
Yeah. Actually, this project is quite new for us, and actually it's good to have prototype. Before we had GTs 2 years ago, and actually it's good because we have a lot of projects and we are leading in these categories, so that's actually a good thing.
Yeah, definitely. How important is it to have a platform like Ultimate Cup with so many different series that you can get involved in that are all intertwined in different ways? It's good to have it all in one place, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly, because the Ultimate Cup Series is very good for the young driver, the driver beginning the prototype, especially here in P3s, and after upgrading in other championships like Le Mans Cup Series or ELMS. And totally the good thing is the calendar of the Ultimate Cup Series is very good this year, because we have Mugello race this weekend. In 2 weeks we have 30 ELMS race in Mugello, so that's very good training for the team.
That's really good practice, and hopefully it won't be as wet that time around as well. I always see you running around, and I feel like something's happened. Suddenly, when people move all to one place, you can tell something's happened and someone's been told something. But for yourself, you're always sort of running around. What's your main role? How does it work?
Oh, actually, yeah, you need to work with the driver before the event. So actually we have meeting with the driver before the event to present the race, preparing the race with data as videos. After you have the in-event, so you need to work with your driver, define run plans to be efficient, but also working with your driving with the drivers during all the weekend. But also you need to have a link with the mechanics, because you are following the car and responsible of the car. So if there is a mistake, you need to have the link between the team and the mechanic to resolve the issues.
So I think what we saw there was either the safety car or the course car, I couldn't see, going around and just checking to see how wet it is now. What are the challenges that your drivers face and that you face now heading back out into this weather?
Well, we'll see. Actually, it was quite dangerous, the condition before. And I think, I don't know about the weather, but we'll see. We'll see. Just to be safe and keep the car on track.
Is that the advice? Just be safe and keep...
Yeah, keep survivor.
Obviously. Are you confident that we could go racing again?
Yeah. I hope, to be honest. I know that we can't racing after 6 o'clock, but I hope we'll have at least 1 hour racing and more.
It would be a cool sprint out there, wouldn't it? Does that change the way that you approach the race significantly?
Well, yes, because after you need to adapt the strategy for the silver drivers, also for the driving time and the handicap. So yeah, it will be more sprint race with 4 handicaps.
Is that something you're already thinking about? You have to think of 5 different scenarios?
Exactly, yeah. So before the race, we actually has 2 plans. Yesterday we defined a rain strategy and dry strategy, and actually we are on it. We were supposing to have a race suspension during the... It was not so early, but we have it on plan, so we'll see after the race.
Well, hopefully we'll get back out there soon and you guys will go well. Thank you so much for talking to us.
Thank you.
Further news from the Team Virage garage there as go through some of the other additional entries we have here, which are the RLR M Sport, Ligier, Alan McGarrity's UK team, which has the 46-year-old Canadian James Dayson and 49-year-old Brit Chris Short as their bronze drivers, and joined by Wyatt Brikacek, the Indianan driver, 23-year-old, who has been competing with the DKR team in ELMS this year, was on the podium at Paul Ricard. So it is very much a big mix there. I worked out the other day, it was 31 nationalities that are represented on the European Endurance Prototype grid. Obviously largely from Europe, but you can see James Dayson, Wyatt Brikacek, the Americans, the Canadians. We have an Australian entry as well in the form of GG Classics as well. The team formerly operated by the Graf team, but now standing on their own 2 feet. George Nakas's classic auto shop that he has been sharing the car with Fraser Ross, his countryman, a multiple Bathurst 12-hour class winner. And for this weekend, also with James Sweetnam, who has been competing in the Le Mans Cup with Cool Racing, and Adrian Klosmanil, who is racing in Cool Racing's number 87 car this weekend, alongside the Le Mans Cup championship leaders. Additional entries or some first-time drivers as well. Into Europol, their second car, the 43, with Dane Aronson, a silver class driver, but competing for the first time in anything other than a Dutch series. And I'm sure when he left the Netherlands and came to Italy, he expected far better weather than what he has been met with today. Although, just looking out the window now, it does seem like the rain has actually stopped. And so, hopefully, some cars running over the circuit will be just the thing needed to get it in a raceable state. We have been under red flag for around 45 minutes or so now. Additional entries again, Racing Spirit of Le Mans fielding a second LMP3 car this weekend. Michael Doppelmayr, Pierre Caffer and Ilya Earhart. Ilya Earhart largely more experienced in GT machinery and in Audis as well. The 36-year-old German, whose career started in the VW Polo Cup, whereas Pierre Caffer, very much experienced in the world of prototypes, having raced in ELMS for many years, and indeed an LMP2 race winner in the World Endurance Championship. Whereas their bronze driver, Michael Doppelmayr, in his first year of prototype competition, having initially raced in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Middle Eastern Championship and then the GT2 European Series, and now in the JSP4 with LR Motorsport and in Le Mans Cup with the Racing Spirit of Le Mans team. And then, of course, Cool Racing back with us for the first time since the opener in Paul Ricard. So it is, they've pulled David Drew from the Graf Racing team for this weekend into their Ligier, and he is the Le Mans Cup Championship leader, as we mentioned, with Adrian Chiller. But it's Adrian Klosminol from the usually the sister car from Cool Racing that is sharing the car with, the 17-year-old Frenchman, who is normally sharing his car with James Sweetnam. And of course, people, if you were watching the Ultimate Formula Cup in Portimao, will remember that he was racing as Max Rolland for Netflix's Rapide movie. Got plenty of good footage there, but it's a curious addition to the Cool Racing entry with Belgian 39-year-old Quentin Joseph, who is in his first year of racing full stop. He'd done a few track days in LMP3 cars, but went racing for the first time this year in midgets, and making his LMP3 race debut this weekend. And yes, in 86, he should have been started. No, sorry, it was David Drew who was starting that car, so he hasn't actually got a chance to turn the wheel just yet. But of course, it's not just LMP3 machinery we have here. We have the wonderful Nova machinery that we were talking about earlier, formerly the Norma Auto concept brand before it was acquired by Duqueine in 2017. But then it was Guillaume Roux, a close friend of the founder, Norbert Santos, and his daughter, Camille Gatou Santos, who created the Nova brand. They have been here with us since 2021 in the European Endurance Prototype Cup. Before this year, has only had one overall victory. Well, we've tripled that number since the start of the year, with overall victories in Paul Ricard and in Hockenheim. And you might think that it is just the bronze drivers that car attracts, but we have the likes of Ian Aguilera, who is a young, hot talent in prototype racing, coming up through the Ligier European Series in the JSP4, currently third in the standings there. And young silver class drivers like Louis Maurice for CD Sport, who moved over from the Alpine Elf Cup Series this year. Right, the 10-minute board has been shown. So we've got news from race control. The race will be restarted under safety car at 16:25. So at 16:15, cars can get back into their cars. We will have the 5-minute board at 20 minutes past the hour. At 22 minutes past the hour, cars that are in front of the safety car on track will head out and rejoin the queue in the pit lane, and then 16:25 we will restart behind the safety car. So if you stick with us for another 8 minutes or so, we will be going racing once again under safety car conditions. While we wait for that, Claire Cottingham has found someone in the Europol garage.
Come down to car 43. Dane, you're alongside me. We were talking about your surname, and I didn't even attempt it then. Do you want to say it?
Arendsen for the people at home.
See, English, unfortunately, UK, we just can't roll our tongues. Anyway, that is not important right now. Dane, welcome to Ultimate Cup. Lovely to see you. Not quite the debut I'm sure that you were after with all the rain, but you're heading out soon. We're going racing.
Yeah, I think the first few minutes will be quite wet, of course. So there will be lots of spray. But I think after, if the rain stays like this, there will be a nice race ahead of us for the coming past 2.5 hours. So I think we will have a good time still.
My favourite thing about that is you looked up there for the time, then you saw yourself and freaked yourself out, didn't you?
Yeah, a bit. Yeah, I didn't expect it, but yeah.
We have cameras and TV screens everywhere, so when we're interviewing, it shows it, which throws drivers off. It's a very competitive field out there. You know, yeah. How are you feeling about some of the competitiveness out there?
I'm quite relaxed about it. We're back quite a bit, but I think I'm confident about myself, so I think we'll be able to go forward quite a bit.
Is this your first time racing outside of the Netherlands? What's your sort of background?
No, I've been to Belgium and to Portugal, but that's it, actually. So first time in Italy, never been in Spain, so yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Are you planning to do a couple more? Are you coming to Magny-Cours, or do we not know yet?
No, I've signed a contract for Magny-Cours and Paul Ricard.
Oh, brilliant. Okay, so we'll see a lot more of you.
Yeah, at least twice more.
Okay, well, that's, you know, there's 2 more than I thought a moment ago, so that's great. You haven't got out in the car yet, obviously, in a competitive manner in terms of racing. When is your stint?
I think Tim will go out and do 2 more laps, and then my stint will start.
Straight in it? Straight in it in wet conditions?
No, I'm relaxed about it, so I don't care.
Oh, do you like wet conditions? You're happy about it?
Well, I'm Dutch, so...
So chilled out. You can tell you're Dutch immediately. You're just like, yeah, whatever.
No, I'm used to it.
Oh, it doesn't rain that much, does it?
No, it rains quite a lot. Yeah, so I don't... no, I'm relaxed.
Fair enough. Well, we look forward to seeing you out there. Not long to get ready now. What's your preparation pre-race?
Hydrate a lot, stretch a bit, and then put my helmet on and go. Yeah, that's it.
Gonna do a bit of yoga?
No, I'm not about the yoga, no.
All right, go well. Thank you so much for chatting to us.
Thank you, thank you.
So we have had the message that we will be restarting, but sadly, it has just started raining again. So while we have the restart under safety car, which might be under for some time, we've got Sasha Lehmann in the commentary box for us. Sasha, how's it going for you so far?
I'm wet. For the moment, it's quite difficult, I think, for every team. Just waiting for the rain to stop to have proper conditions to race. And right now it's still not the case. I don't think it's going to restart now, even though there is direction say so. So let's see.
Yeah, it's kind of bad timing, really, given the rain's just started again. Obviously, it might take some time to get the track in a raceable condition. What have you? You've had a bit of experience with these cars under rain conditions, have you? We didn't. You weren't at Paul Ricard, were you though?
I wasn't. That's the only race of the season that I didn't do. I started from Portimao, and I didn't have the experience yet about like those really raining conditions. Except maybe once, but it was too much. So those type of restarts, I pretty much never did that. So yeah, pretty new.
Yeah. Okay. Well, so of course it's a very challenging job, and we've seen Georgios Kolovos and Jacek Zelonka, your bronze drivers, out there in the field. Georgios specifically from your car, the championship-leading car. So I'm just trying to remind myself where he was in the order. He fell to 17th in the air, which was quite surprising. I thought he was higher up than that.
To be honest, I really don't understand the ranking right now.
I think it might be just a slight quirk under the red flag because we've had...
because Georgios has only 4 minutes or something of driving time, so I don't really understand. Or it's 4 hours, which is obviously not the case.
Yeah, no, that's clearly tripped the system there, hasn't it? So it should be restarted anytime soon. But obviously you guys are having a very strong season, leading the championship. And actually, I will say, since you came on board, both wins in LMP3.
It's really good for the moment. Since I arrived, we managed to win the 6 hours of Portimao with like 1.5 lap margin. And in Hockenheim with a smaller gap in our category with like maybe 7 or 13 seconds, which is still good, and we are trying to get even more points again for this race. And let's see if first the race is going to restart and where we are going to end up.
Yeah, hopefully it will be getting going again, but obviously the conditions, they seem to be changing every 5 minutes at the moment. So we see the rain has started up once again, so it looks like we might be under safety car for just a little bit longer.
Yeah, and outside of the track I saw also that a big amount of rain was coming, so I don't know if it's heading on track or if it's heading next to the track, but from what I saw it doesn't look good.
You definitely got over to the TV truck here at the right time, while there is a slight gap in the weather. Unfortunately, that means you're now stuck here until the rain stops again. So it's nice to have a co-commentator for this, for the rest of this race. 2.5 hours remaining on the clock, and it's Chris Stevens and Sasha Lehman bringing you the action. You don't need to do your drive time, right? That's fine.
I mean, if I get fired, will I have another job here?
Oh, I'm sure I can speak to the guys at Ultimate Cup, and they'll be very happy to give you a job for the rest of this season. How did this opportunity for you to come and drive this car come about? Obviously, you missed Paul Ricard, how did that come about? Because obviously it's been very fruitful for you.
It was not a last-minute call, but like a few weeks before Portimao's race, I got a call from Julien, the team manager, to tell me that they had their third driver, the one who did the Racing Castellet, who was not doing the rest of the championship for some reason. So they asked me if I wanted to be part of the project. I said yes. I had no seat at this moment of year, so I was just waiting for an opportunity. I took it, we went there, we performed, won like the first 2 races, and for the moment it's race start delayed. Restart delayed right now, I see. So I'm not surprised.
Good spot there.
Yeah.
So the drivers back in their cars at the very least. There is a slight gap in the weather. It does look like the rain just in the last couple of minutes has started to ease up again. So maybe if we just get some cars around it, it'll start to dry up a little bit.
I mean, I don't know if the safety car did some laps and if he's allowed to do so to check the conditions.
I think they did, yeah.
They did? Yeah, so probably it's a good thing that they did that to know where we are going and how much we are going to wait.
Absolutely. You moved over from the single-seaters over to the prototypes a couple of years ago now, wasn't it? It was 2021 was your first season in Le Mans Cup?
In Le Mans Cup, yes. I did one race in Spa during the COVID in Ligier European Series, and I think you have the stats already if you want to say them.
I don't have your results though. No.
You don't have the results?
No, I just have your sort of season overall
I think it was 2 pole and 2 podiums, 2 second place. And after, I went to Le Mans Cup with Virage also. Obviously, a difficult year to step up in P3, and also the fact that I didn't have the chance to get the car back basically on pretty much every races, so I didn't have the opportunity to make any difference on the race, and so it was a pretty difficult year. And after I had 1 year without any racing, then 1 year with like half of a season in Le Mans Cup, with a 4th place in the Road to Le Mans, and now I'm here this year.
So it sounds like the kind of typical racing driver frustration of sometimes you're seat hopping, sometimes you don't have the budget for the full season. So just how reassuring is it to sort of have a phone call and say, that's my year sorted?
Yeah. Obviously, that's the main issue for me right now. It's mostly the financial reasons that I can't do some really good championships. So I want to step up to other championships, but for the moment, money-wise, it's a bit difficult, and I can't get the money as early as other drivers. So obviously they get the seats before me, and that's what it is.
But I suppose that's kind of the appeal of a series like the Ultimate Cup, which is able to offer this level of racing for a slightly reduced budget compared to other series that run this same level of machinery.
Yeah, exactly. And I was pretty surprised of the amount of the low amount of budget I was supposed to put to do the championship and to run with a winning, potentially winning car. So it's different to other categories, obviously, but I hope I'm going to be able to step up next year and make the most of it.
And that's the plan, to keep pursuing opportunities in prototype racing?
Yeah, the objective obviously is to do the 24 hours to win them. With a French team, it will be even better, and obviously in hypercar, because it's not that I don't really like GTs, but that's we talk more about the win of an hypercar than the win of a GT in general.
Of course. Yeah, and or even LMP2 as well, because that's been such a hugely popular platform. And I was trying to nail into young drivers that sports car racing is a fantastic route, because maybe they get too caught up. I need to be in Formula One. It's the only way to be a professional racing driver. But the world of sports car racing has got so many opportunities for young drivers, hasn't it?
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie. At the beginning, the reason why I started single seater, it was to be a Formula One drivers, pretty much all the kids who start in karting. But after a while, you start to understand that you don't have the finance to compete against other drivers. I'm not gonna comment about the price about Formula 2 and Formula 3, because I know them, and it's massive. Some people wouldn't believe it if I say. So,
it's a scary number. A big, scary number is what we'll say.
It's around 7 numbers. So
Cool. 7-digit figure. Okay. That's already scared me. I don't even need to know what the rest of them are. Right. So start time is delayed. We should have got going about 6 minutes ago, shouldn't we? And I'm being told we are going to get a new starting grid, so they are going to reshuffle the order. So, what we were saying here about this order doesn't quite look right.
So it's going to start raining now, then?
Yeah, yes, of course. That will be the luck we have. But it looks pretty much brighter out there. In fact, you can see the top of the hills now for the first time since this morning, I think.
But I wonder if the clouds covering them is not a bit of rain there. I don't know. But from what I saw, I can't go out of the track to check if the bigger rain is coming, because it's quite bright, and I don't know if it's a cloud full of rain over the track or not.
Well, hopefully it isn't, and we'll be able to get going again. It has been over an hour now since we went under red flag conditions. Is this a tough mental situation to deal with when you're under red flag conditions and you just want to get going, especially once you've already started the race and then we have to stop and suddenly you lose all that adrenaline?
It was the case, obviously, in Portimao with a really scary accident. I got pretty shocked for like at least nearly an hour. I was really like in a bad mood afterwards because I knew that it was a really bad one with injuries, and it's not something I wanted to see. So yeah, mentally it was difficult this moment, but I wasn't in the car. I think at this moment it was maybe Giorgio's also. So it was more to him to be able to reduce the adrenaline and comes back with the mentality that he had at the first start. So yeah.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, well, as you mentioned it, of course, Stéphane Ortelli very much on the mend after a very scary crash in Portimao, and we look forward to seeing him back, hopefully by the end of this year. But Stéphane, if you're watching, whole Ultimate Cup Series paddock, still wishing you very much the best. Of course, you guys are in a championship fight with your sister car. And so we talk about teammates meaning something different in sports car racing because you're working on the same car. But then you've got teammates who are your rivals as well. So how does that dynamic start to play out?
I wouldn't comment about the fact that, obviously we should always race as if it was the first race of the season, respect each other. Try to get the result together and just help the sister car, whatever it is, to go and get, like, for both of the cars a really good result. So we just want to work forward. Obviously we know that the end of the season is closing and that the tension is gonna get higher, obviously, but from my point of view, for myself, I don't have any like bad ideas, on like, maybe I'm going to be more aggressive or stuff like this. I know that some others are not saying it, but they are thinking about those stuff sometimes. Like maybe I'm going to be more aggressive with him during the race or stuff like this, but I'm not. I'm racing like if it was the same race as usual, because when you do that, you just end up with more pressure, more risk to do a big mistake and just end up in the gravel or worse.
Yeah, and of course, when you use that team effort and start pushing each other forward, that's how you get results like you had in Hockenheim, where it was a 1-2 finish for the team in LMP3. So that kind of mentality is clearly working and keeping you guys head and shoulders above the rest of the field.
Yeah, obviously that was the goal of the team. It's still the case, to help each other in any case. If we see someone, whatever the car is faster than the other one, and we know that it's useless to fight, then they will make the pass easier. But obviously it's just a question of respect between both cars, both, like, all the drivers, all 6 of them, including me, and just to move forward and get the best result for both of the car as possible.
But you weren't overly pleased in Hockenheim, though, to have finished second to your teammate, which is somewhat understandable, of course. But can you, and also after the incredible effort that went to getting that car to start the race as well, because you almost didn't start the race in Hockenheim.
Yeah, we had to get a new engine. The cables that were related to it were like sealed, and we just couldn't do anything except changing for a new one. So it was really difficult to get one. We had, like, my team, not me, and fair play to them and congrats to them, because thanks to them we managed to win the race. But all the stuff that they managed to do during the night to make sure that the car is for sure safe, that the engine is not going to cause any issue, etc. It's completely like up to them. So they did a great job. We won the race thanks to them. And the reason why I was angry after the race, it wasn't for the performance that we had, but the fact that we were not first in both categories, even though there is not really one single category, there is both a separate one. And it's just, I think my identity, I feel like if I don't win everything, it's not good. So maybe not all of the drivers are like this, but even though I won from P20 with all the team effort that we had, I think they're starting soon. I'm finishing the code quickly, but basically a really good team effort, and it's my bad if I was visually unhappy about the result, but it wasn't the case inside of me.
Oh, I'm sure anyone can understand that finishing second is very frustrating, especially considering that sometimes there are circumstances outside of your control. Not everybody has to show their elation at a result in exactly the same way. So I think you've got nothing to apologize for there, Sasha. But the good news is that in the background we can hear the rumble of some Nissan V8 engines that are about to fire up. So very quickly, before you go, Sasha, I do just want to ask you, because we've got this bulletin here, that following this red flag stoppage, the driving times are no longer being taken into account. And all you have to do is have one timed lap for each driver during the race. So for pretty much, I think that means for bronze drivers, they can be parked up now and get another driver in and do the rest of the race.
Then I'm gonna run to the truck to change myself and be ready in case they ask me anything, because I wasn't aware of that.
You're in hoodie and shorts, so you need to get into the race gear probably. It's just come through, so we will let you go. But thank you so much for coming and having a chat with us during the red flag.
Thank you for inviting me.
Lovely. All right, get out of here. So the cars are making their way back out onto the racetrack. We are under safety car conditions. And hopefully this means that we will get back to green flag running shortly. The order that we have been given for this restart might be tweaked ever so slightly, but it is George King who will be the first car out in pit lane. Not necessarily might be reflected on the timing order, as we have to do some shuffling because the safety car didn't necessarily catch all of the field. So then it will be Thomas Imborg for CD Sport, David Drew and Adam Ali, Eric Trulé and then Ben Stone, John Corbett and Julien Lemoine. Then the 777 Lamo car, who started that one? Jean-Marc Alaphilippe, I believe it was, with Chris Short in 15, and then Jacques Wolf and Sebastian Morales. That's the top 12 anyway. So not seeing any major changes to the order there, but we should have a bit of a pass around and then having the drivers in the correct order for when we get going again. And yeah, timing screen has just updated itself now to reflect the correct order. And now remember that bulletin, it means that drive times are affected. It has now been deemed 3 mandatory pit stops for the remaining race. For the remaining race time, and we are going to go to the actual grid and restart this race fully. So cars making their way back to the grid for the restart. And it will be the order that we had before the red flag came out. So George King and Thomas Imborg, man who started on pole position, of course, for CD Sport. And the reigning champion out there. Now we just had a message about car 51, the Racing Spirit of Le Mans car. The reigning MPO2 champions had stopped and rejoined at turn 5. So Borgo San Lorenzo. But hopefully the fact that it's stopped and rejoined means that it was able to do so without too much or any damage, because that car was due to restart in 11th. And, well, unfortunately, I'm hearing that there is rain on the grid, and hopefully that just stays away a little bit, enough that we can keep racing. Although it doesn't look anywhere near as bad as what it was when we went to red flag conditions. Oh, that clap of thunder that we just heard from the turn 1 microphone camera did not sound very promising for us, sadly, but we will see how things get along. And Claire Cottingham is with our new pole sitter, George King.
Yep, come alongside to speak to George King. I'm going to try and I'll take away my umbrella, because who cares about me getting wet. George, how are you feeling? A bit of a break there. Obviously, the rain coming down again. Are you being spoken to? He's being spoken to. 1 second. More important people are chatting. How are you feeling?
Good.
Yeah, he's good. You good? Okay. How are we feeling? A bit of a break there. Rain coming down again?
Yeah, I mean, the rain was so intense, you couldn't see like 10 metres in front of you, so it was a good call to red flag it. Maybe could have been a bit earlier, but I think being a 3 silver lineup, I've just got to try and keep it safe, keep it on the road, and just hand it over to my teammates.
That's the main thing. Before the rain started coming down, though, you managed to take the lead on your own, basically. A brilliant move as well. How confident did you feel after that happened, and how annoying was it maybe when the rain started coming down?
I mean, it's been annoying kind of all week having this weather forecast, knowing the rain's going to come. But it was nice starting from P6, catching up, and, you know, seeing him in the distance and knowing I've got the pace to catch up and take over. It was, yeah, it was really rewarding. So feeling confident for this restart.
I don't want to take up too much of your time because you've got to get in the zone, but are there any concerns about how wet it is still out there and where will be wet? Or are you you've already gone round one time, or are there some concerns?
Not massively. I mean, the rain's kind of held off for a while now, and the track seems to have drained quite well. Sector 3 is still pretty sketch, but I think the more cars go around it, and it will just disperse, and we'll see how it goes.
A British term, sketch. I've got a lot of time for that. He means a bit sketchy out there. George, go well, okay? Right, George obviously on pole position, getting ready to go. I'm going to have to put my umbrella back up again because the rain is coming down. However, it's looking brighter around us now. So let's go racing again, because soon these cars are going to be back on the track and the rain should hopefully go. We got 3-minute board shown.
3 minutes to go after about an hour and 25 minutes or so under red flag conditions as we waited for the storm to pass. And so as we wait for the grid to form, let's look back at the highlights. back just in time for the 1 minute board to be displayed. Unsurprisingly, the start will take place behind the safety car. As we rediscover the conditions, George King will lead the field for the Graf number 8 crew ahead of Thomas Imborg, our Hockenheim race winner. Behind them, the LMP3 lead battle between David Drew and Adam Ali for Cool Racing and Euro International, respectively. There is the Canadian. Sharing the car with Daniel Ali. And, of course, Matthew Richard Bell, who Adam is racing in the European Le Mans Series with. It is the European Le Mans Series LMP3 Championship leaders starting alongside the Le Mans Cup Championship leaders from Cool Racing. So that's a fantastic little battle in prospect there. Safety car leads them away then. We are approaching the end of the second hour. As I mentioned, during the red flag, or if you left during that time, you've popped back. If you've stuck it out for us for this long, thank you very much for your patience. But the clock continuing to tick because we have no real leeway in the schedule. We have to have engines stopped by 7 p.m. local time, and we were originally due to finish at 6:55. So we don't have really any option but to keep the clock running. And this is why we've had an adjusted ruling on drive times and indeed minimum pit stops as well. So it will just be 3 pit stops for these remaining 2 hours. Of course, technically speaking, those cars could do the 2 hours. The LMP3s anyway could do that on 2 pit stops, but as it's the length of an average Le Mans Cup race. In fact, in these conditions, could probably do it in 1 stop, actually. You'd only need the extra 10-minute splash and dash, and they could probably save that with the conditions that we have. But nonetheless, it is 3 mandatory stops and opportunities for the drivers to head through the order. So effectively, what we have now is a 2-hour European Endurance Prototype Cup race in prospect, as we have got a full race restart here with the running order as it was when the red flag came out. And remind you of the running order: George King for Graf Racing, and then Thomas Imborg for CD Sports, David Drew for Cool Racing in the LMP3 lead alongside Ali for Euro International, then Eric Troulet in the number 9 Graf Nova, Ben Stone in the 69 Breton Racing Ligier, then John Corbett in the number 7 Graf Nova, Julien Lemoine for ANS in their Ligier, Alexandre Lafourcade in the 777 Lamo Nova. And then the number 15 Chris Short RLR M Sport Ligier, Jacques Wolf for Racing Spirit of Le Mans in the 51 Nova, Dennis Callon in the 555 Kogumo Racing Nova, Gwenal Delamere in the CMR Ginetta number 12, then Nathan Kumar in the TS Course Duqueine, Maxence Maurice in the number 4 CD Sport car, Philippe Simodomo for MV2S Racing, Mark Fagianato for ANS and the number 71 crew, Georgios Kalovos, the championship leader in LMP3, down in 18th. And just behind them, Jesse Bouhet, one of the MPO2 championship contenders in the 154 Kogumo Racing Nova. Alexander Bukantsov, who was on LMP3 pole position at the very start of the race 2 hours ago in the number 34 Inter-Europol competition Ligier. Jacek Zalonka in the 88 LMP3 car from Team Virage, second in the standings. William Cavile in the number 20 DB Autosports car. Michael Jensen in the number 3 CD Sport car, Frederic Krule, Christian Gissi. As well as we do another lap under safety car, and right as we've got these cars running again, the rain has arrived once more, and unfortunately it doesn't sound like we are going to be going racing here. So it was a very narrow window of opportunity to get a very short number of laps in, and it is now shut. The safety car boards illuminated once again. Yeah, you see the bright skies that were potentially showing for just a brief moment have absolutely dissipated. The rain lashing down once again. The sky has gone black, and I have a feeling that after a handful of laps, this safety car will be bringing 35 prototype cars back into pit lane. At that point, whether race control decide to abandon ship or we continue to wait this one out, we'll see. But yeah, look how much how much water is coming off the front tires. The CMR Ginetta. Yeah, just listen to it out there. So I've been told car 87 is coming in through the pit lane. That's David Drew. Now, Cool Racing might have worked out here that they can do a driver swap. But they've driven straight through the pit lane, apparently. Interesting. Christoph Cresp has also come through pit lane, and Jesse Bouhay. But one car that actually has made a stop is Dennis Callon in the 555. Maybe Quentin Bassora and Philippe Mondolo have also. So okay, no one else actually stopped in pit lane. That's very curious. I can't lie, that has baffled me. I would assume if you were coming in, it would be to do a driver change, perhaps. But of course, you can't do that on the safety car. Yeah, stops made under safety car or full course yellow are not counted to the mandatory amount. All you can do is the 10-litre splash and dash. So, really not sure what those teams were thinking there, but it's clearly not some sort of issue. We haven't seen any penalties come through the timing screen. But it might not matter, because this is definitely, most definitely worse than what it was when we went under red flag conditions. We can barely even make out the cars. Well, the headlights make their way towards San Donato at a crawl. It might not necessarily be the rain that is worse, but certainly the visibility is not fantastic. We do have a few driver changes happening. Julien Lemoine has come in for ANS, so presumably that is to hand over to Paul Trojani. Also in pit lane is John Corbett, Chris Short, Nathan Kumar and Tim Creswick, and Michael Doppelmayr. We don't know if that's all for driver changes. So it sounds like it's just tyres that a lot of them are going for, new wet tyres. And it looks like they might need them. So, looks like Antoine Lacoste also came into pit lane there, but you can see the conditions. We aren't going to be going racing anytime soon, unfortunately. Yep, rivers forming across the track again. Claire Cottingham telling me there's rivers in the pit lane again, so we will be waiting once again. It's such a shame that we have had such a hotly anticipated return to Mugello. The first time that the Ultimate Cup Series has been here since 2019, and we happen to have a gosh darn bad luck to be racing here on the day when the world's biggest storm has come through Tuscany. And we are back under red flag conditions once again. The red flag has been called, so safety car will bring those cars back into pit lane. There were 3 cars still in pit lane. Chris Short in the 15. Tim Creswick, although sounded like that was being handed over to one of the other drivers. 43, I was looking at the wrong one. Yes, Dane Aronson. Philippe Mondolo in pit lane there, so race control will have to do a little bit of jiggery pokery with the order to get them back into their sort of rightful position. Sounds like it will go back a lap. And I can sense the frustration in the drivers, in the teams and the viewers, but sadly, these are just not raceable conditions. It wouldn't be raceable for the most experienced and professional prototype drivers in the world, let alone some of the gentleman drivers that we have with us in this field, which of course is what entry-level prototype racing is all about. It is about mixed ability racing between professional and amateur drivers, and right now we just cannot have any driver out there in these conditions, let alone the less experienced ones. So quiet will once again befall Mugello, save for the raindrops and any thunderclaps that are happening in the background. Still 24 degrees ambient temperature out there, and you can definitely feel the heat and the humidity here for what feels very much like a tropical thunderstorm and tropical conditions out here. And it is not just today that the weather is supposed to be coming in. Of course, we had storms on Thursday. The bad weather is expected to continue into tomorrow as well. So we have been rather unfortunate here, sadly. But for the 30 minutes that we were racing or so, We did see some absolutely fantastic wheel-to-wheel action, and what was going to be one of the most hotly anticipated entries of the year, save for the 6 hour perhaps, with teams looking to prepare for the return of Mugello, or the first ever visit to Mugello for European Le Mans Series and Le Mans Cup later in the month. And as I said, our first visit here since 2019. Our first time with this generation of machinery, first time with the Novas, and the second generation LMP2, or LMP3 machinery, I should say. There was a very good chance that Johnny Mowlem's lap record set in a Norma in 2019 was going to fall. It was certainly quicker than it in qualifying, but of course it's race laps that count, but that's not going to happen today. So we did see a few cars come into pit lane, and that was David Drew, Christophe Cresp, Julien Lemoine, John Corbett, Dennis Callon, Matthias Besch, got on board the 21, Georgios Kalovos, Nathan Kumar, Ilya Earhart, and I believe Antoine Lacoste as well. So they are running towards the rear of the field. Philippe Mondolo as well, but yep, they are down at the back of the order. So while we are under red flag conditions again, let's just remind ourselves of what happened when we did manage to get some racing in during the first hour of the race. So still under red flag conditions here, unfortunately, in Mugello. And just been trying to work out when we potentially get an answer on whether this race will end up being cancelled or simply we won't restart. So, of course, the hope was to get 2 hours of running in there with just the 3 mandatory pit stops and reduced driver times, but it looks like that's going to be even further reduced. If we head into the final hour, teams would probably struggle to fit 3 drivers in unless you only manage to do 15 or 20-minute stints per driver. The drivers have been asked to remain in their cars so that we can speed up the process of getting the race back underway. It reduces the 10-minute gap where they have to be warned so that they can get the covers off the car, get the drivers back in the car. So hopefully, if there is another window of clear weather, we don't miss it this time. And it seems like we might be in one now where it is looking a little bit better out there, but you know, if the weather is coming in fits and bursts, then it's very difficult to end up finding the correct window. Right. Well, it says that drivers have to be in their car, but it looks like Claire Cottingham has found George King down in pit lane. Should George be heading back to the car anytime, Claire?
This is the conversation that we've just been having, but actually we're pretty sure that your teammate is just running past us now. You're not meant to be in the... There we go. I feel like that's a thumbs up and you're clear. You're not meant to be in the car. Obviously the rain stopped now. What was it like, though, to go out there just for those few laps?
I mean, it was good to begin with because obviously it was clear, and then just it poured it down, and it was as bad as what it was when they red flagged it originally. So it was another good call. I mean, obviously it's cleared up now, so it's just so on and off. It's quite awkward to kind of predict and kind of get settled in the car at the moment.
I was going to say, not only is it difficult for engineers and everybody to try and work out, strategists, when to put each driver, we're going to run out of time, essentially, aren't we?
Yeah, I think, I mean, the clock's still ticking, really, isn't it? Yeah, 1 minute 38 or something like that. So technically, I've been in the car for quite a long time.
You've not done a lot out there, I'm not going to lie.
No, I haven't really broke a sweat. I'm just wet from the rain. But yeah, it's tricky for the strategists. I mean, everyone looks like they're doing driver changes now to get minimum times out of the way and whatnot. But it's just, I feel like a lot of luck's going to come into this race to see who actually wins it.
We were talking on the grid before you went about any dodgy areas, you called them sketchy. Were there sketches you thought out there, especially when the rain started getting harder?
Yeah, when it started to pour down, everywhere just turned absolutely awful. Like the puddles were forming. 30 kilometres behind the safety car, I couldn't really turn. I was just kind of getting dragged off the road. So it was, as I say, very, very sketchy.
And you were in the front as well, so you only had the spray from the safety car.
Yeah, thankfully, but that was still pretty bad. I mean, the safety car almost looped it in front of me on that.
Really?
Yeah, I didn't really know what to do if he spun around, so he was sideways, so he caught it, so well done to him. But yeah, it was quite sketchy.
I'm sure they're really happy that you just called him out for that as well.
Yeah, I mean, style points, you caught it, so well done.
All right, we'll let you get on.
Perfect, thank you. See ya.
So driver changes happening down in pit lane under red flag conditions. It seems like multiple teams are opting to do a driver swap now, given that we are rapidly running out of time to get a decent amount of time for each of the drivers, and also the one that works out with the fuel strategies as well, of course, because we can get 55 minutes of running from the LMP3 cars. The Novas can run a little bit further than that because they have a larger fuel tank. But of course, you know, it's cars that are designed to do 4-hour races and then end up with a much shorter race to have to squeeze in all the driver time, or the specific regulations on bronze and silver class drivers and the minimum times that they have to do. So it's normally a minimum of an hour and a half for bronze drivers in various combinations. It does vary slightly depending on how many, but if you have one bronze, it is usually a minimum of an hour and 30. And then you have maximum drive times for the silver class drivers, which usually lock out at around about an hour, unless you are a bronze and silver lineup, in which case you get a little bit more grace time there, obviously, because you're a two-car lineup, and that's why we have various different handicaps depending on whether you're 2 or 3 driver crews and what grade of drivers those cars are made up of. Right, so there are 3 cars at the back of the field. I believe there are 3 cars that were in the pit lane when the red flag was called that have been able to just head out onto the racetrack and join the back of the safety car queue. And that is cars 15, the RLR M Sport Ligier, car 43, the second of the Inter-Europol competition Ligiers, and then 72, the ANS Motorsport Nova, which have just been able to head back out onto track and then join the back of the pit lane queue. Hopefully we will be able to have the safety car heading out onto the track shortly. We are approaching 90 minutes remaining, and presumably there will also be an amendment potentially to the number of minimum pit stops that have to be done, because we don't have any 4-driver lineups, and so you can afford to reduce it to 2 pit stops, and then every driver gets a run, even if you have had a driver swap under the red flag. So we haven't fully been able to see who's aboard each car. But once we get going again, we will get the updated timing screens, and they will tell us if we've had any changes. As we know that George King has gotten out of the number 8 car. Didn't see, though, if it was Jimmy Cho or Kevin Rabin who got aboard what is the race-leading car, and has been since the early stages of the race, having closed up the gap on Jonathan Thomas, or Thomas Imborg, I should say. Jonathan Thomas normally taking the start, the South African racer, but it was the Parisian in his first year of car racing who took the start, was somewhat relieved that it was a safety car start rather than the normal start, especially because he had an LMP3 car starting alongside him, and most likely could have beaten him to San Donato, because the LMP3 cars are a bit faster in a straight line than the Novas, despite having a similarly powered V8 engine. It's the Ford engine in the Novas against the Nissan engine in the LMP3 cars, which of course will not be produced as of the end of this year. So in ACO series, there will be the new Orica-built Toyota-based twin-turbo V6, but here in the European Endurance Prototype Cup, we'll get to enjoy these cars for at least another year, which is, I'm sure, going to be a delight for fans of the V8 engine, because it is that Nissan V8, the VK56, one of the best-sounding engines in modern motorsport, especially when you pair it up with the Ford V8 in the Novas as well. Makes for a joy to stand up on the rooftop in Mugello, for example, and watch the cars go by during practice. Once again, we get the confirmation that the race will restart behind the safety car. And we should be having the cars heading back out pretty soon then, if that message is coming up. See the GG Classics car there, and then David Drew, who was leading in LMP3 but came into pit lane during that last safety car period before the second red flag came out. We're no longer under red flag conditions. The safety car is leading the field back out onto the racetrack, and it is the Taiwanese racer Chunting Chow, or Jimmy Chow as he likes to be called, who has taken over the number 8 Graf Racing car, and Jonathan Thomas, the South African. So there's been a driver change there in the number 5 CD Sport car. It is still Adam Ali in the LMP3 leading Euro International Ligier. Luis San Juan now aboard the number 9 Graf car, taking over from Eric Trulé in 4th position. Alessandro Bresson in the number 69 car, taking over from Ben Short for Breton Racing. Quentin Antonell now aboard the 777 Lamo car in 6th position. Now Nicola Molini in the number 51 Racing Spirit of Le Mans Nova. Still Gwenal Delamere in the CMR Ginetta. Christophe Carrier now in the number 4 CD Sport car, taking over from Maxence Maurice. Tim Merio in the number 28 MV2S Racing car, taking over from Philippe Simodomo. Aiko Segret now in number 71, taking over from Mark Fagianato. Pedro Perino taking over in the 34 Inter-Europol competition from Alexander Bukantsov. Still Jacek Zalonka in the 88 Team Virage LMP3 car. Nick Adcock now in number 3 after Michael Jensen started that car. Nicolas Schatz, the ANS team boss, taking over number 73 from Frederic Krule. William Cavalli still in number 20. I believe the man who started that car. Nicolas Chartier in 57, the Writer Engineering car, taking over from Stefan Rupp. Who else have we got outside of the top 18? Marius Fossard in number 42. The third of the Team Virage cars, taking over from Paris Staff-Rakadis. Fraser Ross in the GG Classics car, taking over from George Nakas. Adrian Klosmanil now aboard the Cool Racing Ligier after David Drew started that car. Pierre-Alexandre Provost now in the 27 MV2S Racing Nova. Paul Trajani now in 84. The ANS Ligier. James Winslow in the number 7 Graf Nova. Axel Noss in the number 1 Team Virage Ligier. Philippe Thiron in the 555 Kogamo car. Matthias Besch in the 21 DB Auto Sport car. Daniel Nogales now in the 24 TS Course Duqueine. Ilya Earhart still aboard the number 64. Antoine Lacoste in 154. Owen Creed in 72. James Dayson in the RLR M Sports Ligier. And Dane Aronson rounds up the 33 cars that we still have remaining in this field. I don't believe that the MG Sound Studio or the Lamo Racing number 17 Nova actually got going, as they are registering 0 laps. Although we have had the time screen reset, so they might have not just made it for the second restart course. Into the final 90 minutes of this race, the safety car still leading the field around very slowly and cautiously. Of course, this is going to be, for many of the drivers, their first look at this racetrack, having been in the garage for most of the race. So I'm sure that George King would have given the cliff notes to Jimmy Chow. So we have some new drivers on board. Let's see who some of them are. So the number 8 car, the Taiwanese driver in his second year of car racing, having prepared himself in the Ligier European Series, and one of James Winslow's customers, and in fact he's been sharing the JSP, the Monza garage JSP4 in the Ligier European Series with James Winslow, and has had podium finishes in Barcelona and in Paul Ricard, and of course the Ligier European Series racing here in Mugello later in the month, hopefully with slightly better weather conditions. Jonathan Thomas, the Cape Town native, who has been a winner in MP02 last year and now an overall race winner in the European Endurance Prototype Cup after their victory in Hockenheim last time out. We have Luis San Juan out in the number 9 car, the 55-year-old Spaniard, so another of their bronze drivers, who has been racing in LMP3 for a couple of years now with the likes of Graf, but also with Cool Racing last year. Then, of course, Alessandro Bresson in the 69. Ligier, the 38-year-old Italian, who joined the European Le Mans Series field in 2019, moving over from racing in North America, initially in Super Trofeo North America, and then the Pirelli World Challenge, of which he was a champion back in 2017. We have Quentin Antonell back with us as well in that 777 car. We haven't seen him for a while. He's been getting to grips with Lamborghini Super Trofeo Europe with the CMR team. And we saw him out in the Ultimate GT Sprint Cup in Paul Ricard in preparation for this. So getting some prototype experience out there. Was with the team in Portimao for the 6 hour, if I remember rightly. Nicola Molini in 51 as well. So our reigning champions in MP02 with Jacques Wolf, Molini the silver in the bronze-silver pairing, the 43-year-old Swiss racer from Geneva. And before winning the title last year, it was first year with the Racing Spirit of Le Mans team, was racing with Cool Racing in the European Le Mans Series in LMP3. Very nearly took the championship, in fact, with the Swiss team in 2021. Safety car still leading the field around. No sign yet of lights up, lights off, I should say, from the safety car. Now into the pits has come Guenal de la Mire, the number 12 CMR Ginetta G61. So if you're unfamiliar with Ginetta LMP3 machinery, of course they are still one of the homologated manufacturers, along with Adès, Duqueine and Ligier. And they were very much the brand to have in the first generation of LMP3 car, but Ligier has since taken that notion away from them. But Ginetta is still very keen to make an impact in the third generation of car that's coming next year. Hence why CMR are out here developing that car with Delamere and Nico Prost. And I can only assume that some fuel is needed on that car. But also into the pits has come Nicolas Chartier in the Ryder Engineering car and Elia Earhart in the 64. Which is the Racing Spirit of Le Mans Ligier, because you're not allowed to carry out one of your mandatory pit stops during this safety car period. It is still going to be 3 mandatory stops, by the way, for the remaining hour and 20 minutes or so of this race, which is going to get underway shortly because the safety car is coming in this lap. And finally, after a 2-hour wait of red flags and various safety car periods, we are going to have green flag running once again in the European Endurance Prototype Cup round 4 at Mugello, and it will be Jimmy Chow who leads Jonathan Thomas over the line, with Adam Ali still holding the LMP3 lead. Safety car lights will go off shortly. They're just coming into Scarperia and Pelagio, and then when they head up to Corental, the safety car lights will switch off. And Jimmy Chow will start to back the pack up for this safety car restart. Remember that Graf car was in the hands of George King for the opening 30 minutes or so, where he was able to move up from 6th to 1st ahead of the pole sitter Thomas Imborg. His teammate Jonathan Thomas now sitting right behind him. That number 5 CD Sport Nova, that was the victor in Hockenheim. So green flag racing will resume when the safety car lights go out. We have 33 remaining cars in this race. If you're one of the cars that came out of the pits, came to the pits on that last lap, this is very bad news, because they're going to be nowhere near the safety car queue. So that's going to be very poorly timed there for the 64, the 12, and the 57. It's been a 2-hour wait to get racing back underway in Mugello, but green flags are now flying, and Jimmy Cho sends the number 8 Graf Racing Nova to San Donato at speed for the first time, with Jonathan Thomas challenging on the outside in the CD Sports car. He's had good momentum down the front straight and to the outside of San Donato. He goes. They've really gotten the jump on the LMP3 race leader, Adam Ali. As Thomas Imborg, Jonathan Thomas does get side by side for the lead of the race into Luco, and trying to go around the outside there, but Jimmy Cho does manage to just hang on to the lead ahead of the CD Sports car. But once again, Jonathan Thomas gets an excellent run out of the corner, but will again find himself on the outside line, this time heading into Materazzi. Now, does he hold it out around the outside this time and get himself the high ground for Borgo San Lorenzo? He did, but it still didn't quite work out for him. They're going to dive downhill now towards Casanova and Cervelli, and still it is the Graf car that is just about hanging on to the lead of this race. The 2 silver class drivers, of course, the 2 crews in this race that have an all-silver lineup, and look how much that battling, that squabbling is costing them, because the LMP3 race leader Adam Ali is closing in on them side by side through Arrabbiata 2 for the lead of the race. The CD Sport car on the inside. He will also have the line going into Scarperia, will the South African, and Jonathan Thomas leads halfway through this first lap on the safety car restart, and now Adam Ali fancies a bit of the action as well against Jimmy Cho. The Euro International car alongside and ahead when they get into Correnteo. So the Graf Racing car down 2 positions since this restart, but he fought very, very hard for it. And Adam Ali following our new race leader through into 2nd position. Of course, still hanging on to the LMP3 lead in the Euro International. Ligier has now 2 cars between himself and his nearest class rival, Alessandro Bresson. End of the first lap after this safety car restart, and it is Jonathan Thomas who leads once again the number 5 CD Sports crew back out of the lead of the race. There is the Reiter Engineering car that had come into pit lane and is, well, now about to be lapped after just 1 lap of green flag racing. So that was a very poorly timed pit stop there for the team. 2.5 seconds is Jonathan Thomas's advantage. Nicolas Morlini has romped up the order into 4th position for the Racing Spirit of Le Mans team and 3rd of the MPO2 runners, and it is still Breton Racing that hangs on to 2nd in LMP3. Quentin Antonell has moved up to 6th for Lamo Racing, Temerio in 7th, Luis San Juan in 8th, Aiko Segret in 9th, and Pedro Perino, 3rd of the LMP3 runners for Inter-Europol competition in 10th. So here is Nicolas Morlini, now about to mount a challenge on Jimmy Cho. See, that was a wide moment there for our race leader, Jonathan Thomas. But the battle for the last spot on the podium is the one to be watching between Jimmy Cho and Nicolas Morlini. So just about to come into frame. And it's now side by side for that last spot on the overall podium as Nicolas Morlini gets the drive out of Arrabbiata 2 and Jimmy Cho falls down another spot. Morlini kicking out the back end of the Nova going through Pelagio. That is now third position overall, second of the MPO2 runners for the reigning champion in MPO2. A crew that has only had one podium finish to their name, a third place finish at the opening meeting in Paul Ricard. They haven't been on the class podium since. It's been a very up and down campaign for our reigning champions. Not what we expected from them, but still they are showing that they've got the raw speed as now Alessandro Bresson and what looks like Tim Merrio in 28, who looks to have passed Quentin Antonell for 6th position by the looks of it. Spray's still looking not fantastic coming into San Donato, but that is the fastest point on the racetrack. So Jimmy Cho there in 4th, Alessandro Bresson, and yes, Tim Merrio up into 6th position with Quentin Antonell now down in 7th position. It looks like these are the next two cars who might try and mount a challenge on the Graf Racing number 8 car. See them exploring the different lines through the chicanes. It's still a glare of headlights though. Visibility still very difficult, I'm sure. So that is the 88 car that seems to be a lap down now. Rafael Narak in 28th position, having just come out of pit lane. So that's why. That car is now a lap down, the car that is second in the LMP3 standings. And now here comes the Breton Racing car on the inside of Arrabbiata. Alessandro Bresson, the Italian, but adept at racing in North America, now racing in Europe, looking down the inside of Scarperia on Jimmy Cho, and now is that going to give an opportunity to Tim Merrio as he tries to pounce on the Breton Racing car that went right around the outside of Pelagio on Jimmy Cho there. Wonderful move from Alessandro Bresson, who moves himself up into 4th position, and now it's for class position between the MV2S racing car and Jimmy Cho as Tim Merrio looks to put himself on the class podium, heading up towards Buccini once again. And it's a dive down the inside from Tim Merrio there in the number 28 car. Clean as you like before they even get onto the straight. He's moved himself up into positions. That's the silver class driver, the 18-year-old from Dijon, with a cracking move there at the Alpine Elf Cup. Convert was a finalist in the Porsche Carrera Cup France Junior Shootout last year, but has now found himself a lovely home in prototype racing. Car 24, that is the third placed LMP3 in the championship from TS Corsa, the Duqueine, but was running down in 29th position, had spun and rejoined at turn 3 Poggio Secco. It's the Spaniard Daniel Nogales who is at the wheel of the car. Now that's number 10 Racing Spirit of Le Mans car here, struggling to get it stopped for Materazzi, and that car not racing for position. And so who do we have here? The number 9 and the number 51, that's not for position. That's Nicolas Morlini looking to put a lap on Loris Kybers, which should have come through the pits, I believe, for it to be that far down. I thought it was running inside the top 10, and so I think that car has been back in pit lane. And that will also be rounding up the number 3 car there. Here's our race leader, Jonathan Thomas. Fastest lap of the race since the restart, 2:09.214, 5.9 seconds his advantage over Adam Ali, the LMP3 race leader. who in turn has 4.3 seconds over Nicolas Morlini. Here there is still a battle between Tim Merriot and Alessandro Bresson down the start and finish straight. That gap had to stretch out a little bit as Tim Merriot was rounding up the Graf Racing Nova, but Merriot's flying out there at the moment and was 0.6 of a second quicker on the previous lap for 4th position overall in this race. We can see as well that Aiko Segret has rounded up Quentin Antonell there, so that is for 5th position, 4th position in MPO2. Aiko Segret, one of the very exciting young guns arriving in the world of prototype racing, with victories in the CN class last year, and then switching over to the MPO2 and now racing in the Ligier European Series. He was a race winner at Spa. As we see Tim Merriot there. Still trying to find his way through on... So that was Pierre-Alexandre Provost that had just made his way through on Quentin Antonell. So there was quite a big gap between the two MV2S racing cars, and suddenly they're both inside the top 8. So Provost has really rised up the order, has cleared Jimmy Chow. So the sister 28 car, Tim Merriot, still on the back of Alessandro Bresson for 4th position overall. Aiko Segret surely is going to start reeling them in as well. And then he's very closely followed by Pierre-Alexandre Provost, who's now in 7th position. And that, of course, is for class position there as well, as Provost throws it down the inside on the youngster, and he runs out a tad wide, but he does gather the car up, and that is a wonderful maneuver done by Provost. Just wags the tail of the Nova out a little bit as he gets on the power, but down the front straight, he's got a very clear advantage. So that is Pierre-Alexandre Provost up into 5th position now and doing the fastest lap of the race, as Tim Merriot has also taken 3rd overall away from Alessandro Bresson while we were watching that fight. So right now, this man, Pierre-Alexandre Provost, the fastest guy on track, the 2:08, 2:06 at last time around, 4.2 seconds to the next car up the road, which is Alessandro Bresson, the Breton Racing Ligier. As into the pits has come the number 5 of Jonathan Thomas. So Adam Ali now leads in this race. So this will be the first of the 3 mandatory pit stops. And don't forget, this number 5 CD Sport car, one of the most heavily handicapped cars. In addition to the minimum 85-second stationary time, there is 61 seconds of handicap to be taken at each of the pit stops, as they have an all-silver lineup. It is the same for the number 8 Graf Racing Nova, and various other penalties to be applied for the other different combinations. So that now puts Nicolas Morlini into the lead of MPO2 as well, with Tim Merriot 10 seconds behind the reigning champions, and Alessandro Bresson splitting him and Pierre-Alexandre Provost. And fastest sector times being traded at the moment between Provost and Morlini. The first sector going the way of the MV2S racing driver, the middle sector going the way of Morlini. As we see Provost rounding up some of the traffic, the number 10 car that is a lap down. And he's going to try and pull the same move there that he did on Aiko Segret last time around, but the Racing Spirit of Le Mans car goes for a spin. The Ligier round and is in the gravel. Now, thankfully, it doesn't get beached, and it gets stopped before the camber, brings him back onto the racing line, but don't pull forward. That's going to get you into the gravel. He's going to do really well to keep this one going. Well done. Well done there to Ralph Kelleners, who did manage to get that car out of the gravel trap. Provost having his own little moment now at San Donato, but he has got clear road now between himself and what is now his class rival. Now, was there contact between these two cars? Oh, it's very tough to see if there was. Very tough indeed. I was about to say that Provost has got clean air between himself and the Breton Racing car, but that has come into pit lane. And so next car up the road, 3.7 seconds to Tim Merriot for second in MP02. This is going to change really thick and fast here. We've got 1 hour and 5 minutes left for most of these guys to do 3 mandatory pit stops and cycle through all their drivers. So this is going to be a pretty rapid end to this race, as we see several cars struggling to get it stopped. The 42 Team Virage car skipping through the gravel between the Arrabbiata corners, but like the Racing Spirit of Le Mans car, is able to extract himself from the gravel trap there and rejoin the racetrack and probably deposit half of it on the racing line, but as long as he doesn't get beached in there and is able to continue. And so that was skillful driving from Marius Fossard to gather up that car and also not beach it in the gravel. We can see it again. You see he has a twitch in the middle of Arrabbiata. The Lambo car in front of him had his own moment. That's Quentin Antonov just in front of him, but he was able to stop it before reaching the gravel trap, but the Virage car was not so lucky. Nicola Molini in the lead of MP02 and second position overall. 3.7 seconds to our overall race leader, Adam Ali, and lapping a roughly similar pace. It was half a second slower last time around. He does have the number 3 CD Sports car directly in front of him as traffic, and the 28 Tim Merriot also with traffic right in front of him, and the number 9 car runs wide at San Donato. So that's Loris Kybers, I believe it is, in number 9. That he is trying to get in front of, while he's being hunted by his teammate who continues to set purple sectors. Pierre-Alexandre Provost closing in on his teammate, and I'm sure that Tim Merriot can hear the Jaws music in his ears as Provost, who's in his first year of car racing and tried to get up the inside into Borgo San Lorenzo. Very nearly contact between the MV2S Racing teammates as they still try and round up this lapped car in front of them, the Graf Racing car. This is for third and fourth overall being disputed between the two orange and black MV2S Racing cars, and also second of the MP02 runners. Just trying to see who is in the number 9 car at the moment. It is Loris Kybers, the Swiss racer. A lap down compared to the MV2S Racing cars, but Kybers runs wide, almost opened up the door for Merriot to find his way through, and I'm sure he wants to as quick as possible, because now the door is open for his teammate to challenge him for the last spot on the overall podium. The two MV2S Racing cars side by side going into Correntau. Provost all the way around the outside and gets shown the painted runoff area on the outside where the long lap penalty for the motorcycle racing is, and once again Provost has to tuck in behind his teammate. But this is a wonderful battle between Provost from Luxembourg, Tim Merriot, the 18-year-old from Dijon, both in their first year of prototype racing. Tim Merriot coming from GTs, Pierre-Alexandre Provost coming from single-seaters, but both starting to find a home in the world of prototype racing with the MV2S Racing team. Still, they haven't been able to clear this number 9 car in front of them, but they do move up overall position as Adam Ali has brought the Euro International Ligier in from the overall lead of the race, and presumably will have a driver change for that as well, because he's one of the few cars that didn't do a driver change during the red flag, as finally Tim Merriot is able to clear Loris Kybers' Graf Racing car, and now he's going to hope to put some distance between himself and his teammate while Provost tries to round up that same car, and they end up making contact with the Graf car, trying to get around the outside into Materazzi, and I'm sure that took a lot less time than Mario would have ideally liked it to take, because there's still only a couple of lengths between the two teammates. Heading back down Casanova and Cervelli. Now there was contact between Provost and the Racing Spirit of Le Mans Ligier that we saw spinning at turn 15, and that incident is under investigation. So Pierre-Alexandre Provost might well be slapped on the wrist with some sort of penalty, but meanwhile he continues to battle with his teammate for second position in this race. And we are approaching the final hour now for this race that, when we've had green flag racing, it's been absolutely spectacular. It's a shame we had to wait so long for it. The much anticipated return of Prototype Cup racing to Mugello. And we have a great intra-team battle between Tim Merriot and Pierre-Alexandre Provost. The pair now 14 seconds behind Nicolas Morlini, our race leader. And now, who was that getting ready to get in the Graf car? I couldn't quite see the name, but one of them coming in. I can't imagine it'll be the 8. Well, we'll find out shortly. The two MV2S racing cars tick off yet another lap. They're about to lap the CMR Ginetta as into the pits RLR M Sport. As well, remember it's Chris Short that started that car. Now Pierre-Alexandre Provost makes the move into San Donato, a big dive up the inside, and that was very respectful racing between the two teammates. And it is now Provost, the Luxembourg driver, who has moved himself up into second position after hounding the rear of his teammate for several laps now. The CMR Ginetta just in front of them as well, and Tim Merriot did just do a personal best last time around, but was not enough to keep Provost at bay. And Provost has been lapping faster than our race leader of late, but it is 13 seconds the difference between Morlini and Provost. Provost has also got that Ginetta just in front of him as well. It was the number 8 car that was coming in to pit lane. The Graf Racing driver we saw getting ready there must have been Kevin Rabin, the Swiss racer who joined us for the first time in Hockenheim in the Lamo car and helped them secure pole position. Another very exciting young talent for the future of prototype racing. So further back, we now have Pedro Perino in the Inter-Europol competition. Ligier in the lead of LMP3, and he's closing in on Quentin Antonell for what is now 5th position overall. Matthias Besch just behind him there as well. The Virage car, the 42, in between them is a lap down, but it is the former Rebellion racer Matthias Besch, the gold-rated driver, closing down Perino and Antonell in front of him. And of course it's the Lamo Racing 777 car, 2 cars in front of him, that he is ideally targeting for track position, class position I should say. That's it. We saw that Matthias Besch there trying to get up the inside of the Virage car and put that lap on him, and that didn't work out so well for Pierre-Alexandre Provost as he just tagged the left rear corner of the number 10 Ligier earlier in the race, and so Besch doesn't want to make that same mistake, but he does also need to clear that car in front of him if he wants to challenge first of all Perino and then Antonell for position later in the race. And I will tell you why, as Matthias Besch did eventually get around the outside of the Ligier there, squeezes him over to the outside, but yeah, why Loris Kybers wasn't just jumping out of the way of the race leaders is because he's the top driver lapping at the moment in 13th position to have done one of his 3 mandatory pit stops. and is currently ahead of Jonathan Thomas, who was our race leader before that, as was Loris Kybers. Interestingly, it's car 10 that's been given a drive-through penalty for causing a collision. So the correction just came through. It is Pierre-Alexandre Provost, having tagged the right rear corner of the number 10 Ligier at Buccini and spinning Ralph Kellener's around. And so Pierre-Alexandre Provost will take a drive-through penalty. So that does rather scupper their chances. Of course, there's still every chance for them to fight back later in the race, but we are quickly running out of time. So the car that is in second place penalised for contact while lapping other cars. And Nicolas Morlini, meanwhile, we were talking about how Provost was lapping quicker than him. Well, the Swiss racer has returned the serve and re-established his gap and built it now to 13.3 seconds over the MV2S Racing driver. I've got a replay here of, now that is the Euro International car. That's the car that was leading in LMP3 before the pit stops, spinning right in front of the Graf Racing car. So Kevin Rabin doing a great job to keep that out of the wall, but it was the number 11, so that would have had it was Daniel Ali, the other of the Alis, their other silver class driver, who spun the car going into Savelli. And I will just check that it is Kevin Rabin aboard the number 8. Yes, it was. So correct recognition given there to the young Swiss racer. It has been a pretty crazy race in round 4 of the European Endurance Prototype Cup, but we have finally got a rhythm and momentum going. So many of the cars still have to serve their not any of their mandatory stops, as that was Matthias Besch going right round the outside of Pedro Perino for 6th position. He just drove round him like he was stationary. Beautiful opportunistic driving from Matthias Besch in the DB Autosport Nova. The Swiss racer, a Le Mans Series champion, very much showing Pedro Perino that he's got a few things to learn in prototype racing. Of course, Perino, that 19-year-old Mozambican Portuguese driver, in his 2nd year of prototype racing in the European Le Mans Series, his 1st year with the Inter-Europol competition team. That's a visual representation there of experience versus youth, as Matthias Besch moves the DB Autosport car up into 6th position. Of course, Pedro Perino still holding on to the LMP3 lead, but for how much longer? Because Adrian Klosmanil in the 87 Cool Racing Ligier is 7.1 seconds back and currently lapping faster than the Mozambican Portuguese. TS course into the pit lane with Daniel Nogales potentially handing over the car. So the Euroformula racer Francesco Simonazzi, the 3rd driver in that car for this weekend. Nathan Kumar continuing his trend of having new teammates at every race. But still sitting 4th in the LMP3 standings going into this weekend, having been on the podium in class in the last 2 rounds in Portimao and Hockenheim. This is the job that Matthias Besch is doing. He's about to lap the sister number 20 car, as that's Quentin Antonell just in front of him. So that's for class position, and getting squeezed out onto the curb by his own teammate was Matthias Besch there. David Cristini who we saw out in the Ultimate Formula Cup races on Friday and Saturday. But yeah, the number 20 not really doing too many favours for the sister car that Matthias Bech is sharing with the father and son pairing of Daniel and Quentin Basora. But it's another Quentin he's chasing on the road. It's Quentin Antonell, the Super Trofeo racer. So this is for 5th position of the Novas and of the overall position. And heading down the straight, of course, Quentin Antonell, not extremely experienced in prototype racing. He is more adept at GTs with his background in Super Trofeo and in the GT Cup Europe, having recently made the switch over from single-seater racing. Right, that was Pierre-Alexandre Provost coming out just in front of that battle between Antonell and Bech. And so that's going to get very close, I'd have thought. Unless that was Provost serving his drive-through, because he hasn't listed off as one of the mandatory pit stops. So I think that's Provost serving his drive-through penalty and has come out in 4th position ahead of Antonell and ahead of Bech. So heading back through the middle sector, Provost will surely start to re-establish that gap as he's going to come past the number 5 CD Sports car, but Jonathan Thomas there down in 15th position and a lap down, having done one of the mandatory stops, we believe, in 15th position. Yes, so that's why the car that was leading when we got going again is now suddenly being lapped, in case you were wondering. And yeah, they are side by side now with Provost trying to get around the outside. Matthias Bech still trying to pull that move on the Lamo car in front of him. Francesco Simonazzi with his signature hand heart waiting to get aboard the TS Course Duqueine, the Euro Formula race winner. And now Matthias Bech is really closing in on Quentin Antonell for 5th position, draws up alongside in the middle of the Buccini corner, but the Lamo car with the outside line able to get on that power just a little bit sooner than Matthias Bech. So Quentin Antonell saw that coming. He was able to draw alongside with Bech, but now with the momentum down the straight, Antonell just draws a little bit of a gap and is 6/10 clear of the DB Autosport car by the time they get to the timing line, but still Bech is piling on this pressure, as it was Provost who came out in front of them a lap ago. Well, he's now 3.1 seconds clear of them, just to reinstate the raw speed that Provost has been showing in this race. But fastest car on track at the moment is Tim Mario in 2nd position, and but it is very much a tit for tat between himself and Morlini as they go through the traffic. The gap in general is growing. It's now up to 16.6 seconds as once again Matthias Bech has a bit of momentum on the Lamo car in front of him, but is unable to really do anything with it. And now they've got a very rapid car approaching them as well, the 73 ANS car, which is Nicolas Schatz, the silver class driver, another driver who's done one of their mandatory stops in 15th position overall and is lapping very rapidly indeed. And so as they squabble, Nicolas Schatz, the ANS team boss, might want to unlap himself here against his 2 class rivals, as into the pits is the second of the Racing Spirit of Le Mans cars. So it was Elia Earhart who was in that car just now. So it'd be Pierre Caffa probably taking it to the end of the race. As yeah, we see Schatz now unlapping himself against Matthias Bech there and splitting this battle for position between Lamo and DB Autosport. And presumably Besch will just try and use this opportunity because Schatz goes through at Buccini. Now, does that cross up the Lamo Racing driver? Not quite as much as Matthias Besch would have wanted, I'm sure, but the Lamo car now coming in for pit lane. So Quentin Antonell ended up moving aside there for Matthias Besch. And, well, Besch gave up that space for nothing, really, because he has now got the Nicolas Schatz car right in front of him. But if the pace continues, he should actually pull away from Matthias Besch. Although I'm sure in these conditions you want as much clean air as possible, especially with the amount of spray that is coming off of these cars. Oh, a moment there for our race leader, Nicola Molini. Now, was that just pure luck, or has he had a few of those moments? Because you can tell he's pushing. He snakes the rear of the Nova over the curbing at Pelagio. And into Correntau, his lead now 17 seconds over MV2S Racing's Tim Merriot, with Pierre-Alexandre Provost in third position. After that drive-through penalty for contact with the number 10 Racing Spirit of Le Mans, Ligier, one of this car's teammates. Of course, the Ligier rather than the Nova. Fraser Ross now in the lead of LMP3 in the number 58 GG Classics car. Oh, this is a squabble. So this is Nicolas Schatz still trying to unlap himself against various cars. But I do wonder if that's for position between Jonathan Thomas and Nicolas Schatz. It is indeed. And so Jonathan Thomas is just holding on to that 11th spot for now. Both of these cars have done one of their mandatory pit stops. This could end up being for second place between the two cars. And it was a dive down the inside going through there. And yes, that was Nicolas Schatz moving past the CD sports car. So heading back up towards San Donato, and Jonathan Thomas might try and come back at the ANS team boss here. Down the outside, this is for position. It is for what is currently 10th, but could be much higher up once the pit stops shake out, because we've got plenty of other drivers that are now starting to come into pit lane. Remember that number 5 car that started on pole position was a long-time race leader, but now ANS Motorsport, it gets ahead of them. And that could be for an overall podium place by the checkered flag. The 21 there of Matthias Besch trying to unlap himself, and through comes James Winslow. Now he's also battling Jonathan Thomas, the number 5 for overall position, so he wants to clear the DB Autosport car as quick as possible, because the car he's really fighting is the number 5. But actually, Matthias Besch fancies getting around him as well, as into the pits the other ANS Motorsport car, this time the Ligier. And that car having its own moment through the gravel. Here comes James Winslow on the inside of the CD Sport car. This is for 11th position overall, but could be for a lot more later on. And right around the outside of Pelagio goes James Winslow, and up into position. A fantastic move from the Englishman as he gets past the pole sitter. And yeah, this could all be very important for class position, the class podium later on. I know it's tough to keep on top of who's on what lap and who's actually battling who for position, but I can tell you that James Winslow did pass Jonathan Thomas for position. They've both done one of their mandatory stops. Kai Aski at the back of this queue in the Inter-Europol competition car is in 9th position. Or 10th, I should now say. Or that might even update. Yes, so it was actually James Winslow who passed Kai Aski on that lap as well. So that Inter-Europol car is also for position, not with the DB Autosport car here as it goes side by side, but it was ahead of Jonathan Thomas, who's just come into pit lane, actually, the number 5 CD Sports car. So coming in for the second of its 3 stops with 41 minutes remaining as Matthias Best tries to keep position here. Into the pits as well has come Nicola Morlini and Tim Merio. So the top 2 in the race have come into pit lane for their first mandatory stop. They're going to have to squeeze 2 more in the next 40 minutes. So Pierre-Alexandre Provost, who still also hasn't come in, nor has Matthias Besch as well. They've still got to do 3 of their stops in the next 41 minutes. So, GG Classics does lead in LMP3, but yet to give us one of their mandatory stops. It is Fraser Ross, the Historics racer, who is currently behind the wheel of the car. Multiple Bathurst 12-hour winner. It'll be James Sweetnam who gets on board for the final stint, normally racing with Cool Racing alongside Adrian Klosmanil in Le Mans Cup. The pair 4th in the championship standings, but Adrian sharing the car with David Drew for this weekend. So Sweetnam getting on board the GG Classics. Ligier, very young team, its first year in operation, as the GG brand was run by the Graf Racing team last year, but now standing on its own 2 feet. 40 minutes remain in round 4 of the European Endurance Prototype Cup. Fastest lap of the race has just come in from James Winslow at 2:07.072 in 7th position. And if we were to take a look at who has done all their stops, I think 4th position, kind of net 4th maybe for the number 7 Graf crew that leads the MPO2 standings. But it's Aiko Segret in 71 who has moved forward. Rafael Narak might be one of the best placed drivers now in the 88 as the... Well, in LMP3 anyways, Aiko Segret is the top driver to have done one of the mandatory pit stops in 4th position overall. Sebastian Alvarez there, the LMP2 racer, aboard the 154 Kokomo car. He's currently circulating in 10th position. He has given us a pit stop. See in the number 12 car here should now be Nicolas Prost aboard the CMR Ginetta. In fact, it is. This is actually a battle for position in LMP3, 22nd and 23rd, with Daniel Nogales still behind the wheel of the TS Course Duqueine. But here is the car currently 3rd in LMP3, Kai Aski. And in 8th position overall. Right, Claire Cottingham has got news for us in the pit lane. She's down at Inter Europol.
I am indeed, and I popped down to speak to Dane again because it was your first time out there and it was quite hairy because it was still quite wet, but I just wanted to get your thoughts on how you thought it went.
Sorry, okay.
How did it go?
Well, I started on the tires that we started on. So the tires were actually a bit over the limit, so I was actually having quite a hard time. I was slippery in about every corner, I think. So it started off with understeer, and then on the exit it was oversteer. So yeah, it was just a bit of surviving out there. But I managed to keep the car on track. Apart from the 360 I did in turn 11. So yeah, it was quite okay. And now I hope Sebastian makes up some more places.
It's been such a weird race, hasn't it? Because we've had the red flags and then restarts, more rain, red flags, restart. Yeah. It was just good for you to get some time out there. You've just told us earlier you signed for the next 2 rounds as well. Do you feel more confident now that you've had some time out there?
Yeah, of course, it's nice to make some minutes in the car. Yeah, of course, you get more confidence every lap. But It wasn't that long, but yeah, I think I'm quite happy with the time I got in my car.
It was longer than we thought it was going to be when we spoke to you earlier and it was raining.
I'm sorry?
It was longer than we thought it was going to be.
No, it was actually a bit shorter than I thought it was going to be. We had a good strategy planned out, and we planned that I was going to drive for about more than an hour. Turned out to be only half an hour, so yeah, but it's okay.
That's what I mean, because of the red flag, you were out there less.
Yeah, everybody's out there less, of course.
Yeah, of course, of course. Well, we look forward to seeing you in Magny-Cours. You looking forward to that? Is it a track you know?
I don't know it yet. I haven't been there. I also haven't done it on the sim, but when I get home in Holland again, I will definitely hop in the sim and try out Magny-Cours.
Okay, we'll let you go watch the end of the race.
Thank you, thank you.
Into Europol's second car there, number 43. That's the Dutchman is lining up on. Great to hear that they'll be back for the final 2 rounds of the season as well, which are coming in Magny-Cours and in Le Castellet. All right, there is an incident under investigation between number 3 and number 11. So that is the CD Sport Nova number 3, and then number 11 being the Euro International Ligier, as someone has lost one of the little aero flicks at what looked like one of the Arabiatas. But here is the team second in the LMP3 standings, just coming from second in the race. Rafael Narak getting out of the car. Presumably then in ATA it will be Daniel Macier who takes the car to the checkered flag, as he's the silver class driver that hasn't done the laps yet in this race. And after this it should only owe us one more pit stop. So we'll look to see where it comes out in relation to the likes of Sebastian Alvarez, Maris Fossard and Mathis Poulet, because they are the top drivers at the moment who have done 2 mandatory pit stops. Very difficult to start working backwards from the checkered flag when the race distance kept changing, but these teams have been working hard at it. Fraser Ross now leads overall, but still yet to come into pit lane. We only have 34 minutes left on the clock, and they've got to do 3 mandatory stops, as has Pierre-Alexandre Provost and Matthias Besch as well. So maybe they've got the strategy right, just keeping themselves out in clean air. Oh, this is getting a bit congested, but there is our race leader with the number 3 CD Sport car rounding up the 51. So that looks like could be Ian Aguilera aboard the number 3 now, which should be circulating in 21st position. In fact, it is. But the 51 running a little bit higher up the order, or it should be at least anyway. The Racing Spirit of Le Mans car in 9th position, so not 4-track position there, but the Euro International car and the Breton Racing number 69. About to put a lap on the DB Autosport Nova. So the Breton car goes through at Coruscant, but Matthew Richard Bell there running several laps down from Theodore Jensen, who's in 22nd position. Team Virage here working out what are we doing to the end of the race. So that's the number 5 CD Sport car, Jonathan Thomas, trying to get around Loris Kybers and unlap itself. So Loris Kybers, not sure if it's done all the mandatory stops. We'll find out later on. So it's 777 car. Quentin Antonell just went through on Sebastian Gravland there in the 43 car that we were talking to earlier just in pit lane. And Sebastian Morales was part of this train, but has since dropped back quite a bit. So whatever dramas was happening there seems to have fizzled out quite quickly. It's one of the MV2S racing cars that's just in front of it. And as we can see, the rain is actually starting to return. The final 30 minutes of this race, sadly. Hopefully it doesn't get to a point again where we have to need yet another safety car intervention. Fastest first sector of the race just been done by Pierre-Alexandre Prost in second position, and middle sector as well. He's 33 seconds back from the overall race leader Fraser Ross, but Prost has been into pit lane once. Fraser Ross has not. And dramas here for the number 9 Graf Racing crew. A team that is 4th in the MPO2 standings, but was running well down the order, unfortunately. Loris Kybers there was down in 20th position overall, that has had a spin at what looked to be San Donato. And after the disappointments of being taken out of the race in Hockenheim and losing the championship lead as a result, that is certainly not how they would have wanted for this race to go. As it's the number 7 crew, their teammates at Graf Racing, that they are trying to usurp. And by the looks of it, from the message on the timing screen, it could have been contact with the number 5 CD Sports car of Jonathan Thomas. We saw they were quite close together on the road, not necessarily in position, but that has certainly cost the Graf Racing crew a little bit of time there. And also the 51 car, Nicola Molini, has been off at turn 15 at Buccini, but has rejoined the race. So that is a slight compromise for them there as we enter the final 30 minutes of the race. Pierre-Alexandre Prost now leads in MPO2 to Aiko Segret from ANS Racing and Matthias Besch from DB Autosport, and then LMP3 is 34 into Europol competition. Kai Aski, Fraser Ross from GG Classics, but just coming to pit lane, and Wyatt Brikacek from RLR N Sports will move forward. But down at Team Virage, Claire Cottingham has got Jacek Salonka.
I do indeed, Jacek alongside me. Every time I speak to you, there's a new story, and the story today is these are not your shoes.
Yeah. I'm racing this weekend with the rented shoes from my team. Fantastic.
Because you forgot them.
Yeah, I forgot. One thing, the shoes, racing shoes, it's crazy, but it happened first time ever. But they found the shoes for me, and looks like they are very good and very quick, because we did a very good job in the qualifying, and now we are in a good position in the race, so hopefully we'll be good.
It's a bit complicated out there, just in terms of the red flags and things like that. However, it's kind of looking good that you guys have done more pit stops as well.
Yes. Looking very promising. We did what we have to do. I think one last pit stop stay, but everybody has to do it, so we'll see. Fingers crossed, and the quickest driver now is in the car, so don't worry about the pace and about the final result.
And it looks like we're going to continue to have at least dry-ish weather to the end of the race, with 27 minutes left on the clock. So we're looking like we're going to at least be able to get some more racing in. Are you with us for the rest of the rounds? You're here for Magny Cours and as well for Paul Ricard?
Could you repeat?
Are you going to be here for the next 2 rounds?
Yes. I'm doing the whole season. We're fighting for the championship, so this is our main goal for this season. So we see each other there, and the next round for sure.
Good, okay, so 26 minutes left on the clock then. You're feeling very positive. You've got your lucky non-shoes that don't belong to you. What are we going to see in the last 26 minutes? Drama?
We'll see that the number 88 will go from actual P14 to P1.
You heard it here first. Okay, good luck.
Thank you.
Well, of course, the 88 is well positioned as one of the few cars that's done 2 of its mandatory stops. Daniel Macier is certainly looking strong for a good position in his class at the very least. Although, of course, the sister number 1 car, the car that they're fighting in the championship, is ahead of them on the road. Here is the 88, in fact, in pit lane, Daniel Macier. That could actually be its final pit stop, actually, because I've spent this whole time talking about how many minutes we have left to do all these pit stops. But don't forget, you're not allowed to make a pit stop in the last 15 minutes of the race. You have to be in pit lane by the time the timer says 14:59.999. And so for some of these teams to get 2 more stops in the next 10 minutes is going to be quite a squeeze, because who are you going to get in at that point? Unless you just do minimum fuel. You see Daniel Macier there was just sitting down the driving time, the additional 35 seconds of handicap that team has to take for having 2 silver class drivers. Almost every guy. It's only the all bronze lineups who don't take, or the ultimate entries as we call them. So the number 20 DB Autosports car, there's 73 ANS Motorsports car, and the 555 Kokomo Racing Low Nova. Normally we would include the MG Sound Studio Ginetta in there as well, but they didn't start the race. Into Europole competition into pit lane as well. In fact, all of the top 4 into pit lane, including our LMP3 race leader Kai Aski here, the young British racer, the 18-year-old who joined into Europole competition last year for Asian Le Mans Series and European Le Mans Series. Been running the same program this year. So now in his 3rd season of prototype racing, having joined the Le Mans Cup grid in 2022 from the British F4 field. See it clean at the screen. These are much more chilled pit stops than some of the other inter-Europole competition crews are used to, particularly in LMP2. So it was Pierre-Alexandre Prost, Aiko Segret, Matthias Besch, and Kai Askew just came into pit lane now. 2 pit stops have been done by GG Classics, by the way. So James Sweetnam now aboard the 58 car. That has emerged in 11th position, but might be a little bit further down the road when the timing screen updates itself. So at 34 here. Also having to serve some handicap. And again, it's 35 seconds for having 2 silver class drivers, which is Kai Aski and Pedro Perino, alongside Alexander Bukantsov, gentleman class driver. But away goes the number 34 Ligier. So a number of these teams now coming down to their final pit stop. Quentin Antonel just coming in to serve his penultimate stop as well. So we're about to see a big shake-up in the timing order here. And remember, there's less than 7 minutes now to get those last pit stops in. This is going to be very thick and fast. So in comes 42. That's Marius Fossard in the 3rd of the Ligier, the Team Virage Ligier. car that was started by Paris Staphrakidis. Has Bertrand Godin actually done any laps in that car just yet? Maybe that's what they're about to put right. They're Canadian gentleman drivers, 2 bronzes aboard that car. So Pierre-Alexandre Provost has come across the line in the lead. Remember, that's a car that had a drive-through penalty not that long ago. But Provost has been consistently incredibly fast. Behind him now on track, there's quite a big gap. He's leading by quite some way. But it is Karen Gaillard now behind him on the racetrack in the number 71 A&S Motorsports car that Heiko Segret's just handed over to him. It's started by Mark Fagianato and Karen Gaillard, the Iron Dame. Looks like she's now in 2nd position, about 51 seconds behind the MV2S Racing car that leads this race overall now. But still, that is some great speed that has been shown there. So we've seen Nicolas Prost in the number 12. CMR Ginetta has been off and back on the track at Arrabbiata 1, turn 8. So here's how things stand as Provost looks to put a lap on his MV2S Racing teammate, the number 28 car, which is Tim Merriot. Remember, they were battling hard for podium position earlier on in the race, but Merriot now in 11th position. Here's how things shake out as it stands. Pierre-Alexandre Provost leads for MV2S Racing by 51 seconds to Karen Gaillard in the number 71 A&S Motorsport Nova. Sebastian Alvarez in the 154 Kogamo Racing Nova is in 3rd position. The LMP2 racer is 11 seconds back from Gaillard. Then we have our LMP3 race leader, which is still the Inter-Europol competition number 34 Ligier of Kai Aski. Second of the LMP3 runners is the RLR M Sport of Wyatt Brikacek, the silver class American driver now behind the wheel of the car. And then our championship leaders in LMP3, Sasha Lehmann, the number 1 Team Virage car, 3rd in class as it stands. Final pit stops coming in now for Nicolas Molini, Tim Merriot, Quentin Antonell, Theodore Jensen, and Sebastian Alvarez. Sebastian Morales, I should say, sorry, in the 555 Kogamo Nova. Thankfully, that weather has stayed away. The worst of it has been keeping away, just so we can get the end of this race in. Less than 18 minutes left on the clock, and so less than 3 minutes left to serve the final mandatory pit stops, which some of the cars are now starting to do. There could be a huge rush in pit lane in the next few minutes. So it's been a bit of a topsy-turvy race, to be honest, and our championship leading crews not exactly flying out there with 88 Daniel Macia in 12th position, 4th of the LMP3 runners. So Kai Aski has just come back into pit lane. There's the sister Inter-Europol car to this one. So that's put Wyatt Brikacek in the lead, but they still owe us a stop for the RLR M Sports team. It's moving around like crazy, and to be honest, our MPO2 championship leaders aren't very well placed either, with James Winslow outside of the top 10 overall. and what is a huge mix of Novas and LMP3 cars in the top 10 overall. So what we're going to have to do, we're just going to have to wait for the pit stop cycle to finish, and then we'll be able to discern some sort of race order from this event. But the race leader, Pierre-Alexandre Provost, coming into the pit lane to make his final mandatory pit stop for the MV2S Racing team. He had the net race lead when coming into the pits. He's built that gap up even further over Karen Gaillard to 57 seconds in what felt like just a handful of laps, and probably was only a handful of laps before he was just in the pit lane. Such as the bizarreness of this race, where we're having to squeeze all the mandatory pit stops into the final hour of running, because that's all we've been able to get. It's all the weather has allowed us to do. So Provost is in pit lane. It might be a while before Gaillard comes across the line, but 1 minute left on the clock, and so suddenly it's every single lap chart here is saying pit in for our timing screen. Because there is less than a minute left on the clock for the drivers to actually make their stops. They cannot come into pit lane once the 15-minute mark has gone. So Provost is in, Karen Gaillard is now in as well. Kayaski, Sasha Lehmann, Nicolas Schatz, and Pierre Caffer as well. Surely White, Bricacek, Daniel Basora, James Winslow, and Daniel Macier will have to follow. But actually, James Winslow and Daniel Macier have done their final stops. They're going to be the cars to watch in a few seconds' time when these cars emerge out of pit lane. There goes our earlier LMP3 race leader, Kai Aski, going back into the race for Inter-Europol competition. So there's that was James Winslow just went through there. That's the first car that has no more mandatory stops to do, and we're past the window now. If you haven't got into pit lane at this point, then you are screwed, because you will face a very big penalty. It is a stop and go penalty that will be handed to the drivers. They haven't been in yet so far, and I'm sure there were a few drivers that might have been a bit close to the mark, and that the marshals and the stewards are going to be taking a look at those pit entry times. This is Karen Gaillard in pit lane. Did Karen Gaillard just get out of the car, or there might have been a driver helper there, but certainly someone was running away from the car. Now, of course, they don't have to keep Karen in for the whole. They just need to do a couple of registered lap times, because we've thrown the driving times out of the window for this race because of the multiple interruptions and stoppages we've had. So here is our race leader, Pierre-Alexandre Provost. Now, has he come out in front or behind James Winslow? That is the question. He has come out ahead. He is ahead of him on track. He's coming through Casanova and Savelli, whereas James Winslow is just entering that section of the track about now. So we will get a lap. I put it 13 seconds, it looks like, between Provost and Winslow. That might have come down as Provost was getting himself up to speed. So, well, actually, suddenly the MPO2 championship leaders are in a very good spot here, because they're now second in class, and now Daniel Macier on course for the 88 crew's first victory in LMP3 since the season opener. And so remember, Jacek Zalonga said, watch the 88 car go up to P1. Well, it's gone up to P1 in LMP3 with only 12.5 minutes left on the clock in this race. And there he is. There is Daniel Macier, the Spaniard from Santa Pol, the 23-year-old who, and all three of those drivers in that 88 car are in their first year of LMP3 racing. For Daniel Macier and Rafael Narak, it's been the switch from single-seaters. For Jacek Zalonka, the switch from radicals. And this would bring things level in terms of wins between the 88 and the one crews at Team Virage. It would be 2 apiece. but Team Virage would remain undefeated in the LMP3 category this year, and this might be the most impressive victory of the lot. And yes, Karen Gaillard did vacate the ANS car. It's Aiko Segret who's now in that car, but has fallen well down the order to the bottom of the top 10 overall. And so now with the final mandatory stops being cleared, we can confirm the lead gap between Pierre-Alexandre Provost in the MV2S Racing Nova and James Winslow for Graf Racing in the number 7 is 14 seconds with 11 minutes left on the clock. There is our second place driver, and Daniel Macier does have the lead in LMP3. Mathis Poulet in the number 72 ANS Motorsport car is running in third position, though, in MP02. There was Karen Gaillard, we just saw there, after a very short stint in the number 71 car. That is now back in the hands of Aiko Segret. So elsewhere in LMP3, Wyatt Bricacek for RLR M Sport, and then the number 42 of Marius Fossard from Team Virage. So it could be a double podium for Team Virage, but not with the cars they were expecting to, because the number 1 car is down in 13th position overall, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th in class. So this would be a big point swing for the 88 crew. Oh, James Winslow really flirting with danger there on the outside, the painted asphalt on the outside of Correnteo. He wanted to take the long lap penalty. There is our race leader, though. And if things stay as they are with 10 minutes left on the clock, it will be a 4th different overall race winner and a 3rd victory overall for the MPO2s. So the 27 crews so far this year, they've only had a best finish of 3rd in the 6 hours of Portimao. Christoph Cresp currently sitting 8th in the MPO2 standings. And of course, Pierre-Alexandre Provost didn't do all the races. It's been a good year for Provost's gentleman driver, having won the Road to Le Mans this year with Maximus Meyer. And now for Provost, he's on course for his first prototype victory, having made the jump over from single-seaters last year. The Frenchman, or the Luxembourg driver, I should say, technically. Daniel Macier wants to get 3rd overall, 25 seconds behind James Winslow. And Provost is continuing to show great speed out there, because he's lapping considerably faster than anyone else out there at the moment. His lead gap now 17 seconds over James Winslow. So now all the job to do is to keep things neat and tidy towards the finish. Easier said than done. The light is fading here. The conditions are tricky and changing with every lap. It's raining hard, it's raining lightly, it stops raining, it dries up, it starts raining again. That 34 car there that was in the lead of LMP3 earlier, but has tumbled right down the order. 6th of the LMP3 runners now, and 14th overall for Kai Aski. A few pit stop infringements that are coming in at car 21. Oh, is that the race? Yes, it is the LMP3 race leader that's fallen off the road. Now that was at Correnteo. Now, he had an 18-second advantage to Daniel Macier over Wyatt Bricacek, but I wonder if there was Mathis Poulet closing in on Macia there for a spot on the overall podium. That led to the Virage car facing the wrong way. We'll see as he goes over the timing line. No, Wyatt Bricacek has gotten into the lead in LMP3. So the team that was set to make a big swing in the championship. And here it is, the move. Daniel Macia trying to get past the Kokomo Racing Nova, but just runs wide and makes contact with the Kokomo car. Who was driving it? It was Sebastian Morales. Who's the Kokomo team boss. So a very costly error there from Daniel Macia that has given the lead in LMP3 to Wyatt Bricacek, and also an overall podium finish to Mathis Poulet for the ANS Motorsports number 72 crew. So that will be a few points lost in the championship because they were going to get 25 for the win there. Now it will be 18 for second. It will still be a third podium finish of the season for the 88 crew, but that could have been a victory. And they were 17 points behind Axel Noss and Georgios Kalovos going into this weekend. And that would have been a big help with... they should still take the championship lead, though, with... well, actually, Sasha Lehmann's gotten up into 4, so that's 12 points for them and 18 for the 88. And so it's not going to be as big a swing as it possibly could have been. That extra 7 points there would have been incredibly helpful for Daniel Macia, Jacek Zielonka, and Rafael Narak. Pierre-Alexandre Provost now leading by 27 seconds now. This has been an absolutely incredible performance from Provost, and they've just been able to utilize this kid's speed throughout this race. So it'll be an all-Nova podium overall. The LMP3 runners Linus Stern in 4th through 6th, but it's not totally over just yet because Wyatt Bricacek has only got 5 seconds over Daniel Macia. Where are they on track at the moment? The number 15 against the number 88. Wow, I can't actually see them on the track. They're just coming out of turns 3 towards turn 4 now at Materazzi and Poggio Secco. So 4 minutes left on the clock. I wonder if Daniel Macia can do anything about Wyatt Bricacek there. They're both the silver class drivers. Wyatt Bricacek, the American racer from Indiana, the 23-year-old. He's a long-time partner of the J. Howard Driver Development Team, racing in the USF4, USF 2000 and Indy Pro, and then making the switch over to prototypes, coming over to the Middle East and to Europe with the Inter-Europol competition team. There's Daniel Macia, as we mentioned, in his first year of LMP3 racing, the 23-year-old Spaniard. And the gap between them is actually pretty consistent, so I think RLR M Sports are on course for victory in LMP3, and still Provost is pushing like crazy with a 29, nearly 30-second advantage. We should be going. We should be on the penultimate lap of the race now, with Provost racking him off pretty quickly on his 40th lap of this race, which seems absolutely crazy to say since we started racing nearly 4 hours ago, but we've spent so much of that time either under safety car or parked in pit lane under red flag conditions. The weather did have other ideas for us today, but when we got going again, my goodness, did it deliver. Slow-moving traffic in front of Provost. This is exactly the kind of situation that can lead to an unnecessary incident when you've got the race so firmly in control. William Caviles in the DB Autosport car there, and Nicolas Prost in the CMR Ginetta that Prost just rounded up. Both well down the order. Not a concern for Prost in this race. That's Kogumo versus Lamo. There's Jean-Marc Alaphilippe in the 777. That's actually full position with Sebastian Alvarez, the LMP2 racer in the 154 car, moving through into 18th position past the Lamo car. So that was, 18th position overall, with the Mexican driver usurping the Frenchman. Meanwhile, Pierre-Alexandre Prost has started his final lap of the race. He is currently lapping in the 2:08s, about 4 seconds off of his best lap time at 2:04.8, which is several seconds quicker than anyone else has been able to manage. James Winslow behind him, his best time is a 2:07 flat. Such is the confidence that this young Frenchman has had in these conditions. Absolutely exceptional stuff. And now on course for his first prototype victory. In fact, the last time he won a race might have been in the 2022 French F4 season. So this will be a long time coming for Pierre-Alexandre Prost. First win of the season as well, of course, for Christophe Cresp in the European Endurance Prototype Cup. Road to Le Mans winner this year, as we mentioned. And for James Winslow and John Corbett, they will extend their championship lead in second position for the Graf Racing team. For ANS Motorsport, it'll likely be a first podium of the season as well, for the number 72 crew anyway. Indeed it will. Well, it took an awfully long time to get here. We had several interruptions, safety cars, 2 red flags, but when we got going, no one could stop the MV2S Racing pairing of Pierre-Alexandre Prost and Christophe Cresp, and Prost crosses the line now to take victory in round 4 of the European Endurance Prototype Cup. His first victory in prototype racing. And it is a 4th different winner in as many races for the European Endurance Prototype Cup this season. It is a long, long wait for James Winslow in second position, some 30 seconds back, but the Graf Racing pairing of James Winslow and John Corbett will extend their championship lead in second position in class. Still waiting for James Winslow to come across the line, actually. And there it was, 34.2 seconds in the end. It will be another 30 seconds or so before Mathis Poulet comes across the line in third position. The number 72 crew, their first podium of the season for Owen Creed, Philippe Mondolo and Mathis Poulet. Just checking, it is definitely a first podium off the season for them. Indeed it is. Their best point haul going into this weekend was 4. So Mathis Poulet has come across the line, and Wyatt Bricacek takes the LMP3 victory for RLR M Sport alongside Chris Short and James Dayson. That's a very hard fought victory there with Daniel Macier across the line. What could have been for the Spaniard in that last stint, gave it up in the last 10 minutes, but still second position for the 88 Team Virage crew. Will close in on their championship rivals. So Jacek Salonka, Rafael Narak and Daniel Macier second. It's the first time that a non-Virage car has won in LMP3 this season. And then third in LMP3 does go to the number 42 Team Virage car, so still a double podium for the Polish entry of Paris Stavrakidis, Marius Fossard and Bertrand Godin. Marius Fossard bringing the car across the line in the end, so the wild card entry ends up on the podium. Incredible stuff once again in the European Endurance Prototype Cup as the cars make their way back into the pit lane, or around this final cool down lap, and then back into pit lane where Claire Cottingham will be waiting to greet our race winners. It has been another very dramatic affair here in Mugello. We round out the weekend with incredible prototype action, as always. Of course, remember that the Ultimate Cup series continues with the European Endurance Prototype Cup and our single-seater and GT series as well in Magny-Cours on the 10th to 13th of October before we round out the season and crown our champions in Le Castellet at Circuit Paul Ricard on the 7th to the 10th of November. So just waiting for the cars to return into Parc Fermé. They've certainly been taking their time getting around there. They've been making us wait all day for the action. So I'm being told that the results need to be combined, and so that actually our provisional podium in MPO2 is James Winslow and John Corbett, followed by the number 9 Graf car of Eric Trullet and Louis Saint-Juan and Loris Kybers, and then the number 51 Racing Spirit of Le Mans car of Nicolas Molini and Jacques Wolf. And then in LMP3, still RLR M Sports, Ligier, James Dayton, Chris Shorten, White, Bricacek, and still 88 in second, with Team Virage's Jacek Zalonka, Rafael Nayak and Daniel Macier. But then it's the number 1 car that completes the podium, Georgios Kolovas, Axel Noss and Sasha Lehmann. So that's even less of a points deficit that the 88 crew has been able to take out of their sister car there. But that is the combined results of our initial running before the red flags. So obviously we had a second grid there, and then overall is Graf 1, 2, and then the RLR M Sport LMP3 Ligier in 3rd position. So very different results of what it certainly looked like, but for the second time this year then it could be a Graf Racing 1-2 overall, as they did in the season opener in Paul Ricard. That was also held in very changeable conditions. So something about those changeable conditions they seem to really enjoy. In fact, might even be the same crews, because it was no, in fact, there was the number 8 that was on the podium with the number 9 crew. But so for James Winslow and John Corbett, that will be a second victory of the season. Okay, so we Claire Cottingham is going to go and head to the Graf Racing Garage because we believe they've won the race. Nobody seems to be going to Parc Fermé. So we're having to go to them. So that should be a second win in class for James Winslow and John Corbett after the Portimao win, which they shared with Alan Gashev. Third consecutive podium finish for them as well after the podium in Hockenheim. And a first overall victory of the season as well. And we talked about 4 different winners. That is still the case here. And then for the number 9 crew that currently sits 4th in the standings, first time on the podium since the victory in Paul Ricard, where Eric Trulé or David Drew crawled that car over the line to save fuel. And so then for LMP 3, it will be a third podium of the season for the 88 crew, third podium of the season for the number 1 crew after their back-to-back victories, and then of course wildcard entry in the form of RLR M Sport. So first victory in class for them. That is a provisional standing, however, combining the part 1 and part 2 of the race, if you like, but we will see. Claire Cottingham is hightailing it down to the Graf Racing garage. We should be able to hear from our provisional race winners shortly. Right, I can see Claire has at least made it down to Graf Racing. Can maybe return that umbrella she nicked off them a little bit earlier on. And yes, it does look like that Claire is ready in the Graf Racing Garage with our race winners, James Winslow and John Corbett. Okay, some slight technical issues with Claire's mic there, but hopefully we'll be able to hear from James and John shortly. They, of course, definitely do extend their championship lead now with a second victory of the season. And now I'm hearing that Claire's microphone is ready to go now. So we just wait to have them ready for us to go down to them. 3 different winners in MPO2, by the way. 2 of them from Graf Racing, the other from CD Sport. That, of course, was the overall winner. And, of course, third time this season that a Nova has won overall. Having only happened once before this year, it's now happened 3 times in 4 races this year. Maybe the weather has contributed to that, but certainly they've been showing some fantastic speed against the LMP3 cars. Okay, well, hopefully we can hear from James and John when they get to the podium where they're headed to now. But for now, we are going to take a look back at the highlights of the action that we did manage to squeeze in to 4 hours, and then hopefully hear from James and John when we get back.
Well, I've managed to grab the winners now. We had a few technical issues there, but you guys are the winners from what we can work out. Provisionally, it is over, obviously, a little bit of a rain-disrupted red flag. However, let's congratulate you, because it looks like you guys are the winner. James, let's start with you. It was a bit tricky out there, wasn't it?
Extremely tricky. Just happy that race is over and we're in one piece. And we came into this race as the championship leaders, and if we did win the race, then we obviously are still leading the championship. So John did a fantastic first stint. That's when the rain was at its absolute worst. Rivers on the track, streams. He survived. And for me, it was tricky, but not quite as tricky as that. But super happy with the job that the team did. Graf did a fantastic job, and yeah, just relieved it's over. It was a scary race.
John, we'll come to you in a second as well, but I just wanted to touch on something you were saying as we were walking down, that it was incredibly hard visibility-wise because there's no heat on the windscreen or anything like that, so you were steaming up for quite a lot of the race. And there was also part that we did see those black clouds come over, and I thought we were going to get another deluge.
Me too, yeah. I saw Doomsday rolling in. I'm just glad that Doomsday didn't hit when I was on the circuit. But you get massive spray from the car in front, so you can't actually see through the windscreen, and then when the windscreen fogs up, there's like two reasons for not seeing through the windscreen. So the visibility is the toughest part in them conditions. You can't see the standing water when your windscreen fogs up. So yeah, as I said, happy it's over, and an impeccable job by the team and my co-driver John Corbett.
Of course, let's bring you in, John. You were out there for some of the worst rain as well before the red flag came out. How tricky was that as an overall race?
Well, yeah, James summed it all up, really. Basically, couldn't see anything. And it was getting to the point where it was actually dangerous. And I'm thinking, I really don't want to have an accident here today, you know. So anyway, it went well. We came in at the right time and we managed to get through the race. So yeah, I'm just glad everybody else did so as well. And there was no big accidents during that kind of storm, because it was pretty nasty.
Yeah, race control definitely made the right choice of red flagging it when they did and putting the safety car out when they did as well. We thought, well, you thought when I came over to you guys that you were P2. How good does it feel after a race like that and the challenges you went through to have been to be able to take the win?
Fantastic.
Great. I'm getting moved. Oh, we're going to get run over by car one, so let's not get the winners run over for today. So, guys, we are having a little chat. What are we chatting about?
I was just telling John there that my wheel fell off.
What?
30 minutes before the end of the race. We had one compulsory pit stop left, went out of the pits and felt like it was a puncher, and was informed the wheel was falling off, so we lost like 45 seconds on one lap, but we're lucky we had one compulsory pit stop left to change the wheel, realised the wheel nut had come loose and continued. And
so
apparently
a lap with a wobbly wheel?
Yeah, like at 3 kilometres an hour. So we were blessed today in more ways than one.
So when I said, how was your race, you forgot to tell us that bit.
I just remembered that part.
It's just a minor detail.
Minor detail indeed.
You forget them things when you have a good result.
Well, no, exactly. Well done. Guys, I think we're holding up the podium, so I'm going to let you guys go, but we'll see you back in Magny Cours.
Thank you very much.
See you then.
Congratulations, guys. Right, let's not get run over again. Right, that was a day of racing. What an incredible day. We did manage to get the end of that racing happening. When the rain came down, we weren't sure, but we managed to get a result here in Mugello. Next up, though, we go to Magny Cours, so make sure you join us then in a couple of weeks' time. We're going to be here. Hopefully the weather will be a bit better. We'll see you then. Join us then, Magny Cours, couple of weeks.